guys have questions, um, like on the side, written on a notepad or something, that way, if somebody asks a question and it may have been addressed, you can kind of like cross it off. But I want to keep this like as linear as possible and to not exceed 2 hours. My target is like 2 hours, but the maximum, right? Like sometimes I go more, but let me just make sure that my audio is coming across in the stream properly. Can anyone say something? Let me just make sure that my audio is coming across in the stream properly.
I'm here. Can you hear me there,
Yeah.
Raven?
Yeah, let me test. Can anyone say something? Let me just make
Hello,
sure
hello.
that thank you. Yeah. My audio is I'm playing the stream in the stream properly.
I'm here. Can you hear me there,
Yeah.
Raven?
Perfect. Perfect. It works. So your voice and my voice. If anyone doesn't want their voice in the stream in the recording, please let me know. Or like actually type the questions, I guess, instead. So now that this is up and running, we are good to go. Actually, one more test. Just the video quality seems weird. But meanwhile, just have some questions ready. And you can write them down on the side. But the whole idea is to approach futures, whether you trade options, consistently, or maybe it's not working for you. Maybe you don't um, you don't want to trade options intraday. Futures is like a great way for, especially for people that trade SPY and QQQ on a regular basis. It's like an alternative that I think is very beginner friendly in my opinion. Maybe some people want to do. Oh shoot! I should have renamed it. Hang on a second. One moment. Da-da-da. Let's rename it first. That way, because I can't change the name of the thing afterwards for some reason. Edit titles. Can I change the title itself? I cannot change the title. Futures beginner Q&A session. Can it actually change without having to interrupt the actual stream? I think I have to. Okay. Should be ready to go. All right. So, welcome and good morning. And like I said earlier, basically the idea is that we want to cover the basics of futures in the sense that without getting too complex about everything related to futures, just going for the basics, the usual entry level instruments that we trade are typically ES and NQ, but that also means that technically CL and gold, crude oil and gold are also some of the instruments that we trade. But so that it's much more relatable. We're gonna cover a lot of examples with ES and NQ, which are S&P 500 SPY, and NQ would be the Nasdaq QQQ. And so the basic idea is that in futures, we get to trade with no extra variables to take into consideration, right? Unlike options, where in options you have to choose a date, a strike, a premium that would usually have to fit your budget, right? And so going through that on a daily basis is not as favorable as trading something that has one objective, either to target or to stop loss. That's it. So the idea is to have it something that you might want to have as a skill set, for later on, or maybe in near term future, so that way you are capable of navigating the market intraday, or even as a swing too. You could potentially do that as well. It also translates into trading forex as well, but to keep it simple, we'll stay focused on futures. But I still trade futures. I still trade options, despite me doing futures for about 2 years, and I have never stopped trading options. And my focus became on doing options as swings, especially swings that I don't have to worry or think about on a weekly basis even. So I try to buy myself time, usually at least a month. Once in a while, I will take a trade that is a shorter term, like a week or so, but most of the times I'm choosing longer term expirations. And as of this year, most of my options swings have been expiring for over a year, basically, right? They're leaps. Some of them are 2-year expirations and so on. But I do enjoy reading the market pretty much on a daily basis, and futures allowed me, right, as a small account when I first started. The guy who got me in, Pick him Dan, literally told me, you can just open one with $500. I'm like, there's no way you can open a futures account with only $500. He said, yeah. And I said, what's the appeal of it? He said that as a small account, you don't have the restrictions of pattern day trading, so you can take more than just the 3 trades per week, right? Or over 5 rolling days, according to the pattern day trading rule, the PTT, if you guys have seen that before, obviously. So the PTT rule, right? So in futures, there is no pattern day trading rule, and so it started becoming appealing to me just because of that perspective. As a small account, I struggled a lot with trying to grow an options account, and I did manage a few times to grow it and triple it, but for some reason afterwards, I kind of over leveraged afterwards, which is basically what led me to losses and come down to a small account. My account was several 6 figures, and I got into this bad cycle of revenge trading back in 2021, late 2021, and so I was doing well financially. My investments, my trades, I grew about 20K to multiple 6 figures, and so I had thought that I would reach that goal, the 100K mark by the end of the year, and I had reached near 300K. And so in my brain on September 2021, I thought, wow, something that I couldn't even imagine, maybe by the end of the year I could reach 900K, right? And it was such a dumb imaginary obstacle that I placed for myself, and it led to this catastrophic type of loss that technically, when I think about it in hindsight, it was all mostly profits, and a good chunk of it was beginner's luck, and about half of it was investments. And so in reality, what my principal investment was, thankfully I did manage to kind of like take money out to cover debt and whatnot, but it still hurt to lose that significant amount of money. And so that's what led me to become like to struggle as a small account. And so several times I managed to grow the account from 300 to 1,000, 300 to 3,000, but every time I reached that mark, I would kind of start chipping away at it back and down. And so having the Pattern Day rule, having the free time while waiting for a work permit, led me to do nothing but just study the markets. And so it was a struggle. It was an absolute struggle. And it took me, like, it wouldn't have taken me this long had I been able to work, right? Have income coming in. And that's something so critical, because in the so many years of not having a work permit, you know the financial stress that comes behind it. And so when I got the technicals down this year, I finally managed to get my work permit. It literally just changed the game. And I say this to anyone that is considering quitting. Like I run into people like this. I see them in my DMs, and I tell people to please not, like, maybe consider switching from full-time to part-time if you can afford it. Maybe take a little break or something. But a lot of people seem to want to replace trading with their job, and I don't think it's a solution. Like it really requires mastery of self. It's not mastering the market. There's no one that's going to teach you one-on-ones to be ready to quit. No one but you. And it'll take time, because it's not about mastering the markets. It's about mastering yourself, your discipline, your emotions, your risk management. That's it. And you're not going to, like, several people have regretted just quitting prematurely because they thought that they were ready, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. And so all of this boils down to how kind of like beginner friendly Futures is, and going through all the experiences that I've gone through, and for them not to be that long. It wasn't something that I did, I don't know, like 10 years ago. It was literally in the last 2 years. And seeing the people that I have grown right with, like the journey and whatnot, something that Tanya ICT said, the girl that live streams on YouTube, she said you feel like in a community where there are people that are a few steps ahead, few steps behind, you feel like you grow a little more differently than learning from somebody that is way more detached, that has, like, 40 years of experience and so on. We can relate to more recent and common mistakes that we've experienced and so on. So now that that's said, going back to how beginner friendly it is, how long it took me, I have seen just from people that have shown interest in futures and asked questions, came to classes and learned, it took them way less time. In some cases, in many cases, the average time span it takes somebody to just get in and kind of like get the hang of it is about 3 months, in all honesty. Like by 6 months, they're kind of usually more independent. And I'm talking for most people, like, don't pressure yourself like that, but like it's far more feasible than what, like, as a goal, than what I had to kind of suffer through because of the lack of a work permit and so on. Let me just check some messages if anybody tagged me somewhere. I don't think so. Let me check. Be there in 30 minutes. Okay, cool. So one moment. What?
Don't forget about the iPad for messages and stuff. So.
Alright, let me just pull up the iPad for messages. That way I don't have to come back and forth. But now that you guys know like how it happened, the way it happened, in terms of the actual technicals behind it, let me make sure I have the messages open. And if you guys want, maybe the easiest channel for me to track right now will be I don't want to use the live trading chat if you guys don't mind. It makes it harder for me to see, so please don't write anything in here. Because I would have to go back and forth in here, and there's this infinity mirror effect. So let's use ICT chat. You guys should all be able to access it. If you have any questions, you drop them in here. It's going to be far easier for me to track. And I'll keep it open. That way I keep track of your messages. And yeah, so there's a little short playlist that I think that most of you guys, or if not every one of you guys, should have access to in the beginner chat right here. I said that I will reorganize this a little bit more. It's a very short beginner chat channel, and these are like 2-minute videos, literally 2 to 3 minute videos talking about the basics of futures contracts, so that way you know what to expect later on when you're trading your own personal live account, which has tax advantages. You get taxed in a very different way trading futures personal live account than you do with options. It's a 60-40 rule, and so that means that your capital gains, 60% of them are taxed in the long-term tax bracket treatment, long-term tax treatment, and 40% of those gains get taxed in the short term. So already big advantage, just like SPX, I believe. And so these 2 videos are kind of like essential, just to understanding the basics, the anatomy of a candle and how it forms the way it forms, right? We know that when we see a green candle up, it means that it opened from here, and so on. Not a super important video, to be honest. It doesn't teach you any strategy. It's just definitions, visual definitions of it. And I would skip these videos, to be honest. I think I want to delete them for now. Let me take screenshots in here, because I don't want it to be the focus right now, to be honest, for anyone really beginning just now. So let me clear that up. Okay, this video is a really good kind of casual, basic understanding of futures and managing risk at the CME group. Like the CME group is the group that handles futures data, right? We have to pay real-time data to access futures trading, and so it's about, I think, $5 a month. I think it used to be $4, but that's literally all you have to pay to be able to access futures with a live account. There are different alternatives that I think are much safer, in my opinion, especially for beginners. And so we're going to cover that in a moment, but it's a really cool video to have, just a general understanding. Like it's quirky, you know, like they make light of it. And this is their own playlist from their own YouTube channel from the CME group. The CME group is the group that we trade futures from, right? They own the CME division, the CBOT, the NYMEX, and so on, which are just basically like different categories that hold different instruments, such as like wheat futures, right? Futures right here. I'm not even seeing what. Such as gold, right? Under the COMEX, oil, crude under NYMEX, and for example, NQ and ES are under the CME itself. And so they once in a while get to experiment and you know, throw in different futures, right, to test out. They have tried some that failed. I think they brought an example saying that they tried even weather futures, right, predicting weather futures, betting on weather futures, which is wild. But anyway, these videos are very beginner friendly, in my opinion, just to have an understanding of what to expect later. You don't even need to know a lot of this. For the most part, this is kind of what you would know, but we just deal with 2 symbols, contracts, codes. It's very straightforward, especially when we link it with TradingView, and you can always ask questions. But in my opinion, like most of these videos aren't as necessary in my opinion. I would just watch the first 5 videos in here, maybe even the 6 videos. They're very short, 2 minutes and so on. I do like the margin video. I think understanding margin is like useful to know just in general, because it's like buying power, right? Margin is equivalent in futures to options buying power. And instead of options where you buy a contract that is worth, let's just say $300, right? And it's sitting at 300, right? It means that multiplied by 100, the actual value of the contract is $300. You pay the market 300, right? They hold 300. It's out there already, right? Versus in futures, you can have a $300 account, and if you open a position, depending on the instrument, they reserve a specific small amount, right? Lock it up, just for that one contract. If you have more contracts, obviously they need to reserve more of your account allocation, right? So in futures, if you have a $300 account, they get to reserve your broker will reserve, for example, $50 for 1 micro per micro ES. That's the difference. And it goes back to the guy that got me into futures, Pick 'em Dan, when he said, oh, you can just open with $500. I was like, there's no way. So I had to call them just to figure out, because to me it was scary. Futures were really, really scary. I've known friends that had parents, grandfathers, and whatnot that had lost a lot of money back in the day, and so I never thought I would ever do futures, ever in my life. Like even risk in the markets, just in general, but futures was even more daunting because of how many people I've heard like lost money and whatnot. And it's a very different system compared to nowadays, because back then you would have to call, you would have to kind of like tip somebody to favor you more. Carlitos, you have a hot mic.
Can you mute me? I don't know why my phone is
That's
not
okay. That's okay. It's a glitch on Discord. No worries.
working.
No worries. So, back in the day, like the way it used to work, you would have to call your broker, set an order, and sometimes like you would have to like tip or bribe somebody to kind of like override and jump into the floor to place your order, give it to the bookie or whatever. And so later new tech came in that looks like walkie-talkies in a way, where you can just punch in orders, and it was still lagging, delayed, and whatnot. And so the little fluctuations, the lack of volatility, allowed for crazy moves sometimes when you were in a position, and the margin requirements were so much higher back then, so much higher. You couldn't even trade if you didn't have $50,000, which 50, translating that with inflation, means a ton of money, right? Like we're talking 80s, 70s, and so on. And so I always thought it was super freaking scary. Now you have very low margin requirements, and so when my friend said you can just open with 500, I called Tradeovate, which is one of the brokers that has the lowest margin requirements to trade, and they said, yeah, you can open one with as low as $100. You can open a futures account with as low as $100. Now, is it practical to open 100? Not really, right? When you open 100, you're giving yourself less room of error, let's just say that, right? So if we're talking about a position that has a $50 stop loss, right? For example, the stop loss is $50 to win $100 to our position. Then if you take that position and it sinks lower, right, by $50, you only have $50 left in the account, which means one more trade and little fluctuation and the account is just gone, right? And in futures, you don't want to do that. You don't want to get too close to your lowest balance, because you hear about the term liquidation. If the position is on and a trader does not have an actual physical hard stop loss, then the broker has to intervene, because the trader did not take responsibility of placing a stop loss and close out the position. So when they do that, they give you a $45 fine, basically, at least in Trader 8, right? And so stop losses are the one main thing that just gives you all the peace of mind you want. They're actually much more, I guess, simple than options in terms of stop losses. They're just placed right there in the chart, literally on the chart. We just drag them, we move them, we trail them, we can set them to break even. In options, unfortunately, right, like with the percentages, they vary so much, and you kind of have to be somewhere deep in profit to be able to have a position that's kind of like risk-free but via stop loss. In futures, the stop loss can just be dragged up, right? And so when the guy explained to me in TradeAvate about margin requirements, he said you can open one with as low as 100, right? As low as 100. He said, but it's not productive to do so. It's not beneficial to do so. He said, at the bare minimum, maybe 200, right? That way you have at least 3 tries, right? And if you lose 200, so what? And so I did it as a test. Before depositing more, I just wanted to do 200 just as a test. So I did 200. And then I wanted to experience what it's like. Obviously, I didn't do it on purpose. I wanted to grow to 200. But in case I was thinking, I was more than willing to experience what the terrifying thing, right? The fear of liquidation. What happens in there? So I had some wins, and then I got some losses. I got greedy, and it sunk below. And at some point, it came near to $65. And these margin requirements, by the way, change based on different events, such as like the Russia war. At that time, it elevated from $55 or like $50 to $55, right? I think it only increased a little bit. On August 5th, margin requirements escalated by 5x, multiplied by 5 times. So what used to be a margin requirement, sorry, as low as $50, which means, let me fix this right here, which means you can open an account with about $100, but it's not beneficial to do so. Let me just clarify that. Right, the margin requirement is as low as $50 right now, and it's kind of like where the average volatility is for MES, right? To trade MES, micro ES, right? Which is the smallest instrument available right now. And so the smallest, lowest volatile instrument, I guess. The guy said that you can open one with as low as $100, but it's not beneficial to do so. And having 200 minimum gives you at least 3 tries before the account is lost, right? So it just shows you how like little you need to have before you even get into futures. And this is talking about personal, right? Personal live account. We don't even trade that on a daily basis anymore. We use them in specific occasions, but on a day-to-day basis, I'm using the alternative that a lot of you probably have heard of, called like prop firms, funded accounts. If you've heard that before, that's literally what we do. So that way we don't even have to think about all of this, but it's just useful to know the basics. So that way when you're later considering to do so, when you feel more ready to open a live account, then you have an idea of what margin is. And so I did it, and I brought down the account not intentionally down to 65, and then I was like, okay, let me see what happens. No stop loss according to him. Let me see what really happens. Yep, as soon as the account sunk below 45, it closed the trade automatically, and then I got a liquidation fee of $45. Now, since it's your first one, sometimes if they're nice, they'll just waive it for you. They waived it for me. Um, and that's about it. So the next time I opened it, I treated it a little bit more seriously. I put in about 400 something, and I still struggled growing it because I didn't have a solid strategy. I was following alerts basically, and it was not something that worked for me. I like to understand why something is happening, and at that time I was also desperate for money, not having a work permit. I wanted to capture bigger moves basically. So the guy that got me into futures, Pick'em Dan, would actually stream privately with me to show me his positions, right? Hey, I think we can get in right here, and we would, consider a position. If I liked it, I would consider it, and so I did that, and yet he was able to generate profits while I couldn't, or secure profits while I didn't. Sorry, didn't. We would be up maybe $30, 40, and he would close the trade because he knows he has experience. He knows the objective is met, right? He knows price can't just extend like that forever, and so I would always hope on capturing a big move. I want a big move, right? I want something to pay me more, and so on, and I would just hold it, let it come back to break even while he collected profits, and so on. And it always frustrated me because financially, it's different when you have a job and whatnot. I would tell him, like, why are you trading with $30 of profits? Like, shouldn't you be trading with heavier size, collecting more, and so on? He said that to him, it's like a hobby, right? He doesn't need the money, and so he's just using it to supplement, like income basically, right? And that's something that I struggled so much to fully understand. I got the idea, but over time you really look at it from a different way when you're trading with the necessity of needing the money, right? It becomes really hard, and especially if it's in my case, I was trying to make it the primary source of income, which is devastating, right, to the journey. You're literally putting so much pressure and weight to do that, and that's why, thankfully, as soon as I got my work permit, I got a few jobs. I managed to kind of get myself afloat, and it finally felt very different. Things started to click, and I was able to tolerate risk a lot better than ever before. Because before I would go through these cycles of booms and busts, and it was like I would be good in some weeks or some months. I would develop or grow an account over a certain period of time, but then my risk management ruins it in a few days or a few weeks. And it all boils down to why are you really trading? And in my opinion, trading should be a supplement, not a primary source of income. It's something that you can use to pay off bills, to enjoy vacation, or do whatever you want, but don't put so much emphasis on it. Otherwise, it can be detrimental, in my opinion, but from my own experience and other people's experiences. So, knowing a lot of this, you got to see why, I went through a lot of the mistakes that maybe could have been read or shared by someone else, but at that time those were mistakes that I had to live through, and there wasn't enough guidance, in my opinion. There was guidance, right, from him, from others, but some experiences are not something you can just listen to or hear or read about. And I don't mean to say that you should do so. I'm just trying to do my best to share those experiences as much as possible. And so now that you kind of have a basic of how the live account works, I did abandon it for a while because finally the concept of prop firms came about, right? Which are basically companies that test your knowledge, test your skill set. And the guy who got me into that was called, his name is Stradalorian. I don't know if you guys know him, Stradalorian. He has a picture of, I think, Mandalorian. And that was back in 2022. He said there are two companies that he likes. One is called TopStep. It has a much better reputation, 10 years of experience in the industry, right? And the second one is Apex. It's newer, but it's cheaper. TopStep used to be something about $165 a month, and at best you would get something about no more than 15% discount, and discount, right? And they had 2 steps of evaluation. Apex was much cheaper by comparison at that time, and it was a 1-step process. For about maybe like 60, 50 bucks a month, something like that, basically, per month. So I went with Apex, and I was terrified to trade that account. And I laugh at this now because if you see the amount of people that YOLO'd yesterday's NFP candle on news, so many people did it, like in different discourse, Twitters and whatnot. They would just buy a chunk of them for like 20 bucks, right? 30 bucks and so on, which I really don't recommend. Not only is Apex now having a lot of problems as a company, right now, just in general with traders paying them out and so on, but it's more so about the approach on how you actually fund an account. You can choose the easy come route, but easy come, easy go, right? Because it's cheap, you won't take it as seriously, no matter, like, it's really, really hard. And so, in my humble opinion, I was done with Apex since 2023, September. I had a bad experience with them personally, and a lot of these problems that are rising against them shows you that they were trying to, or like, I guess their approach is trying to undercut or like race to the bottom style. And for a period of time it actually worked, because what they did in the industry shifted the dominance of TopStep. So now TopStep had to break 165 down, that was the old pricing, to now 50 bucks for the lowest account, right? $50 per month. They, in Apex, including other companies that had the same approach of the 1-step process, much cheaper accounts, hurt so much TopStep. It's kind of like what Jeff Bezos says, give me your margins and I will destroy you, right? Like, I'm paraphrasing, but Amazon does this a lot. They will undercut margins of other sellers, so that way they get to beat the market share and have them buy their products and not someone else's products. That's literally how Amazon approached it. Jeff Bezos has an interview talking about that. Show me your margin and I will undercut you. That's literally it. And so Apex did the same, but because they're not adding quality, in my opinion, they're struggling right now. I don't know what comes out of it. I know a lot of people, rely on them still, but I personally moved to 2 companies. I do right now primarily My Funded Futures and TopStep. That's it. And I bring these companies up because they are the safest approach, in my opinion, to trading futures with little risk, right? What these companies offer is basically, let me delete this, right? Is margin for you. You don't have to worry about margin. You don't have to worry about liquidation. You don't have to be concerned. They have specific rules. One of them is like not leaving a trade until the close, right? Like they will close it up for you. There's no penalty to it, but you kind of have to kind of just get a general sense of the rules. But the idea is that you will pay my funded futures about $80 per month right now, right? For the lowest, cheapest account. 80 per month, the lowest, cheapest account to access what they call a marketing name, 50K, right? $50,000. In reality, you are not trading $50,000. You are given a percentage of it, and it's only $2,500. That's it. So, you in reality, you literally are paying. You pay $80 a month to access capital, simulated capital, to access simulated capital of 2,500. That's it. Right? The 50K is a marketing name. When somebody says I have a 50K funded account, 100K funded account, it's just a marketing name, right? They really have a percentage of what that amount is. That's all. So over 2 months, my funded futures would charge you about $160, right? Over 3 months, it charges you $240. Am I think? Let me double check my multiplication. This is scary because or not scary. Yeah, 240. I ran into one calculation mistake one time in options, and ever since then I had to kind of verify my math every time. It happened a few times, but one of them was a big kind of mistake that always makes me doubt my math in my head because I use my gut or mental math, and that was not good. Top Step lets you spend $50 $50 a month to access that simulated capital to prove to them that you can trade on paper, right? You access about 2,000. Now there is an equivalent in my funded futures to this Top Step version, but we're not going to talk about it now. I want to keep it simple. But the difference with Top Step is that there is still an activation fee after being funded. After you pass, basically. I don't know why my computer's lagging, but let's check what apps do I have on. I should turn this off. I don't need the preview. Cool. So it's with Top Step, the activation fee is about $150. That's the difference that you get with something, in my opinion, is more beginner friendly. I know it's a little bit more expensive monthly by $30, but there is no activation fee later on. So if you do the math over 3 months, you're still saving with the lowest account in my funded futures, even if you do the equivalent that they have right now, which just got released, to Top Step. You would still be saving if you pass the account within 2 months. Now, I'm not saying this for you to just jump in right now because I am very against anyone just rushing without having a strategy, without having a sense of direction, price action. But I bring these up because it shows you how feasible it is to start trading futures. I'm not bringing this up for you to sign up, right? I'm bringing this up for you to have an understanding that, hey, when I'm ready, right? Maybe I'm gonna be ready in about 2 weeks. Maybe I'm gonna be ready in 3 weeks to start trading paper or a proper account, an evaluation account. That's what I wanted to kind of have an idea of, because unlike in options, right, based on the votes that you guys have done inside of the server, the average person, and correct me if I'm wrong, risks about $300 per ticker, or let's just say per day, right? The average person in the server risks about that much. And so some people are smaller accounts, some people are struggling to find consistency, some people are beginners, or some people don't want to deal with 0 DTE options because that's what is more beginner friendly to trade intraday with SPY QQQ, or sorry, not more beginner, sorry, small account friendly supposedly, but because of theta, it burns so much if you don't get a move. And so when the average risk is $300 per day, it shows you that spending $80, right, as low as $80 to access 2,500, or let's just say 2,000 even, right, because they have an alternative, right, to trade for a whole month is a very different approach that maybe a lot of you don't know about, right? That's the difference with these companies right now. They're very solid in my opinion, especially those two companies, MyFund Futures and Top Step specifically. They have built a reputation, unlike a lot of the other companies that came in from the discount perspective, gunning for margins, but racing to the bottom, right? A race to the bottom is more detrimental to your business rather than trying to improve quality. And these companies have proven over and over and over that they're going for quality over quantity. Apex sends you quantity discounts, right? Like 90% discount. You can buy an account for as low as like $20, right? A month. That approach of quantity versus quality also translates on how you approach it, because to you, I can always just get one when they give me, when they release a new discount, right, next month or whatever. Now think of that statement, and I'm telling you from my own experience, I wish I would have paid a higher amount, right? Because that mindset, when you think about it from that perspective, I'll just, worst case scenario, I'll just wait for the next promotion. Think of the time you lose. Think of the time, not just 1 month, not just a few weeks of progress, but if you do this approach, you're building negative habits, and you're going to lose not just a 1 month, but even more than a year. Like, I'm not even kidding. That approach kind of like leads to gambling, right? You don't want to do that. That's why I'm very against cheap accounts, right? Like the YOLO ones, and many people buy like 20 accounts, 10 accounts all together from Apex just to YOLO one by one and see like which one sticks, right? You can do that, but in my opinion, I don't really think it's sustainable, because you're going to just be hoping that they release a discount, and some months they only release at an 80% discount. And right now, especially this year, I'm not too sure if they have released a 90% discount, but in 2023 they had about 4 different time windows where they had 90% off, right? We're gonna see one in Black Friday. I'm pretty sure, it wouldn't surprise me. But for the most part, it's about 80% off, which means somewhere around 30-40. Just because they're slightly cheaper, people think, hey, you know what? And when I say people, I did that over and over, and I've lost because I would buy them in chunks. I wasn't YOLOing them one by one. I was copying them, trying to copy, multiply, and doing so when you need the money is very different, right? Just trading in general is like this path of taking 2 steps forward and then 5 steps back, right? You don't want to do that. And so,
Raven, I remember the discount. I remember the accounts being like $18 or 15.
yep, what's up? Good morning. Hi. Exactly. And so that approach, right, led me to blow tens of them, right? I don't, maybe I've reached 100. I'm not too sure, but they were like, in my defense, it wasn't 100 that I would just like one after the other losing. No, it would be the chunk of 10, 20 that I would buy together and trade them as one. And if I don't do well, I lose them all together, right? And so I did it because they were so cheap, but in reality, I should have just gone for quality over quantity. And Apex and similar companies have that model, which changed the industry for the better. Obviously, Top Step right now, for a period of time, you'll see that Top Step um, right. Top Step 50 limited time, right? If you look at images, it used to be limited time offer, right? Regularly, it used to be 165 before. Like 2022, they were still charging 165, and at best you can get a 15% discount. So Apex and other companies, similar companies like Elite Trader Funding and Bullinox and whatever, came in to change the approach, because they used to have a two-step approach, but they would offer this until a specific date, and then they go back to regular pricing, right? That was the time that they had to make changes. And right now, if you go to their website, it's a permanent change, right? They can't keep up, right? So they're still showing what it used to be technically.
I got you, bro. Thank you. Really great guy. Yo, Ad, I really.
Stubby Jeans, you have a hot mic, or are you trying to say
Oh,
something?
I'm sorry. I thought my mic is muted.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. So Top Step right now is showing that, hey, usually this was like that, but now we're down to 49. They no longer have that limited time offer, right? Where it actually expires. They had to adapt, and I give credit, or I guess, right, to Apex and similar companies that changed the industry in that approach. They changed the pricing model to make it more feasible, but they also changed the steps, because Top Step used to have this two-step process, right? It took you 2 steps, and it's crazy that we can't. I wonder if they literally erased everything related to the 2 steps, because it used to be a thing. You actually had to pass the account twice. And when we say evaluation and test, you are literally just paying a company X amount of money for a month to show that you can paper trade. That's it. They give you access to simulated capital, right? Artificial capital. You give them money to prove to them, hey, I know how to trade. Look at it. It's on paper. If you do well, then they fund you with also simulated capital. If you grow that capital, every dollar is yours. That's it. It's as simple as that. That's the whole approach. That's why I bring this up, because it is such a beginner friendly, small account friendly, or anyone that has lost money, right, and doesn't want to tap into any more of their fund portfolio, real money. Maybe that's one way of kind of like healing, or overcoming the skill set of learning trading without using your own capital, right? And so
You should mention they do keep a percentage.
obviously they do keep a percentage of your profit afterwards, which in the industry right now is set at 10%. Most companies get to keep 10% of what you generate as profits. Most of them have a intro. The first 10K you make is 100% yours. After you make 10K, you withdraw 10K from them, then they get to keep 10% and you get to keep 90% of those profits. That is still a crazy deal cut. If
Wait,
you ever-
what's? I'm sorry to interrupt, but like, what account is that with?
This is with Top Step and My Funded Futures.
Okay.
So it's 100% profit split up to 10K, and then you keep 90% afterwards. They have a very active Discord. I am obviously an affiliate with them. It's like, I'm very confident behind their product. I'm betting money if anyone can find a better company. That's how confident I am.
So if you make money with their paper trading account, how much money do you have to make, and at what point will they start to fund you again?
Great question. So we're gonna go with the easiest example in here, right? The smallest account, so that way it's more approachable for many people. This is the most beginner-friendly account in my opinion. A starter costs 50K. Sorry, a starter costs $80 a month, and the marketing name is $50,000, and the profit target is $3,000. And you have access of 2,500 to generate that profit. So, in a way, like in reality, you do the math, you divide. Basically, 2,500 is roughly about 83% of this total target. So you have plenty of room to grow 3,000 in here, right? And I bring this up because the larger the account size you go, the smaller the ratio that you have, right?
But the 2,300 is how much you have to work with?
2,500.
2,500. Okay, that's how much you're trying to get to 3,000,
Correct.
or you're trying to make $3,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually really cool.
That is like that's literally why I'm it's so game changing, and I've said this before. I posted about this before. It's pinned in the futures charts channel right here. It's been a big game changer because before there used to be an actual where is it, activation fee. They removed it. They made it even more friendly. So ever since they made this change back in July, it became a permanent change. It's not a promotion. It's not a monthly thing. They used to have like monthly releases, but they really wanted to level up the playing field higher, and that's when you started seeing problems with Apex more and more because these companies are not racing to the bottom. They're trying to aim for quality over quantity, right? And you'll see a big difference in their server. Like I'll walk you through it, but ever since that release, I bet anyone $100 if anyone can find a better company. And then as they added more and more features, now the bet is up to $400. If anyone finds a better company, you will earn 400. Literally, I'm saying this in front of everyone. If anyone finds a better company, as of these rules, restrictions, just everything, right? Comparing different companies and reputation, obviously, the fee that you have to pay and the fact that there is no activation fee and how easy it is to withdraw, right? Requirement, payout structure, all these things are why I consider them the best company as of now. Top Step used to be number one for me, and just knocked it out because it became a permanent change that they're holding themselves accountable with, right? And so because of that, now the bet is like $400, and I just raised it to 500 because now they, like, literally you will earn $500 from me. But God's my witness, if you find a better company. That's how confident I am in this product, because, and trust me, I've been trying to get them to give me accounts to do giveaways. Basically, I'm newer as an affiliate. What?
You should mention
They're not paying me to promote, obviously, right? Like, but that's literally how confident I am from a beginner approach. Why I'm bringing it up and so on, but. When I say that I'm increasing the actual bet, if you find a better company, it's because now they just last week since the beginning of October, they released something called the Plus. Honestly, the naming, right? This should have been starter, right? In the beginning right here, this should have been called intermediate, and that should have been called expert at the end. But the Plus mimics Top Step, except for the fact that you don't have to pay an activation fee, so it makes it even better. So this is going to be my favorite account for anyone that might make mistakes near the news. That's it. Because these two accounts strictly prohibit 2 minutes before red folder impact news and 2 minutes after. That's it. and we're talking about like FOMC, CPI, NFP. That's it. There are like less than two handfuls of news, maybe like a handful of news that exists until the end of the year. And all they're asking on those days, 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after, avoid the news and you're good. But the Starter Plus is their answer to this. There is no news role in it. It's like Top Step. So now they're copying the exact template of Top Step, the same account size and everything, but they're making it to where you don't have to pay an activation fee. Top Step, you still have to pay $150 after you pass. That's why I'm literally putting the bet. You could find a better company, I will give you $500, right? That's, I say this because this 80, right, even this 96 right now is, in my opinion, far less than what I was just talking about when we as traders, right, in ADEX and in different servers, the average person doing the math, doing the votes that you guys put up, you answered Abby's questions, we're risking somewhere between $300 a day. Let's just say I'm wrong. Let's just say, right, something even more realistic. Some people are risking about $300 a week. How does that compare to this? And why I say it is much more beginner friendly, right? Because in reality, you'll have access to $80, right? Sorry, you spend $80 to get tested to trade with 2,500. Now, when you're funded, they made the payout structure even easier than Top Step. The payout structure in Top Step, you would have to generate profits of minimum $200 over 5 days, and they don't have to be consecutive. They can be a loss between. In my funded futures, the bar is lowered in a better way that allows more people to access payouts. You'll see evidence of it more, but instead of having to achieve 200 minimum on a day, you would have to only achieve 100 to be able to withdraw. And I'll show you evidence of like how that changed the approach and how it made it even more beginner friendly, more feasible to get payouts from them. Now, in addition to that, they also introduced data loss limits, which Top Step had in their personal platform, Top Step X. eCard, you have a hot mic, just letting you know. And so they're also introducing a limit, right? Apex lets you trade with 10 minis. And we know, they say this almost every week whenever they host their own seminars. They say, you guys don't understand it, but like, please understand that the main thing that you guys lose on is over leveraging, right? And so they limited the amount of contracts you can get or access, especially when you're funded afterwards. You don't get to access 3 minis automatically. You have to generate profits to be able to access more heavier size, right? You have to earn it. And if you lose, X amount, then they reduce you down to one more, and so on. So by default, you access what the equivalent of like 1 mini is, 10 micros. If you make 1,000 profit, then you can access up to 2 minis because the account is sitting at 1,000. If you make like 3,000, you're sitting at 3 minis. If you lose back, they go back down equally, right? Like fairly. And it's just so that you don't hurt yourself by just greed and rushing, right? That's they keep hosting these seminars. They keep talking about it. That's the main problem that a lot of people struggle with, right? It's not losing as much. It's actually winning, but unfortunately overdoing it, right? Greediness, and so they try to solve it by restricting it, unlike Apex, which lets you access 10 minis. With 10 minis, I can lose a full account in one trade like this, right? Anyone can lose it in just one single trade with 10 minis. And so Apex goes for quantity because they're offering these cheap, Apex and alternatives, right? Offer these cheap accounts that you can just YOLO. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You still have to pay an activation fee. So despite this, right, especially when this was released, that's why I placed the bet. Even if you get a free account from Apex, this is still cheaper. This is still cheaper even if you get a free account from Apex, right? Like, that's how crazy this is. There is a 40% consistency rule on the starter account right here. And I think that you don't have to jump in ahead immediately to this one. I would say you can start with this one, and the next one you could approach it with this one, because this is far more beginner friendly, in my opinion, and it costs less. This little discount that's offered expires in 2 days, October 7th. I wish they kept it for the end of the month, right? But I don't want you to rush, and I don't want you to rush to even buy this. I want you to actually take the time to paper trade and see how you can grow the account, right? I teach through the medium of paper trading. I live stream every day, and I paper trade positions for people. And some people that have work in the morning that can join later afternoon, I'm still showing positions, or vice versa. If they're busy in the afternoon, they get to trade in the morning and they're done. And so if you can grow an account, paper trading account, right, it shows that you have the skill set. And so this account, and I'm more than willing to, I keep showing them to members. This account was started back in September 24th, account history, right? And that's what you want to do. You want to have initial balance. September 24th, the last reset, right? And forget the fact that it literally generated almost like 80K profit on top. Just imagine achieving 50% of the account, right? Achieving $15,000, achieving 20% of it. That's insane to do, right? But from that, the account balance, like, obviously my skill set is at a higher level. I've spent so much time learning. I spent years struggling, living through every mistake, like, and sleepless nights, so many things. But I get to do this confidently, publicly. I stream now publicly, like, just so that I hold myself accountable to people that are risking money, or wanting to learn, right? Risking like an eval or their personal, if they like an idea from me. And so it is an accomplishment that took me so long to get over, and I wasn't as confident, especially even last year, right? But slowly being in this community, it helped me grow, and streaming every day, it just became kind of like second nature to me, that I actually do enjoy it. So I do it to help people, literally. I do it to make your path much, much shorter than mine. And so I bring all of this up because you want to grow a paper trading account before you rush to buy one of these accounts. Please don't. I'm asking you to not do so. Prove to yourself that you can actually grow a paper account, right? Now, in addition to that, one thing they did do recently was include ADEX. Good morning. Hi. I just noticed. Hi. One thing you want to do is include add these things in here. Where are they? I thought I had them in here. Beginner? No. Shouldn't they be in here? Risk settings, right? So through TopStep and MyFunded Futures, because they care about quality versus Apex, they also allow you to set your own personal risk limits. Those risk limits define what you want to maximum, what you want to not exceed in terms of loss, right? We're still human, we make mistakes, and these are preventative risk measures that you can put for yourself. The top two deal with the emotion of fear, right? The bottom two deal with the greed, right? You want to keep yourself in check. Fear leads to revenge trading. Greed leads to overtrading, right? So if you put those limits to yourself, they elevate your trading experience, in my opinion. Because you can come into the trading day, and I'm sure that a lot of us have experienced this before, many, many times in my case, to where I did not intend to lose more than X amount, but then suddenly I lost way more. This is backup. This is intervention. This is the roll cage that is in a rally car, right? I keep using this analogy. I don't know any other analogy. But this is someone taking over in case you go on tilt. You came to the trading day intending to not lose more than, let's just say, 150. But you set a day loss limit of 200 and you're out, right? A week loss limit of something. And so this is where it shows you how very different I was talking about the personal live account versus now these companies and what they offer and how they're really after quality, right? More than anything. And if we go to the payout feed inside of My Fund of Futures, you'll basically get to see that there are far more payouts right now that are much smaller than ever before, ever since they made that permanent change in July, right? And like I've had multiple people like send me a screenshot saying, "Hey, my mouse is hovering," or "I just got my payout," in my DMs, or they posted in testimonials. But one of the first persons to ever do this after the permanent change happened messaged me saying, "I can't believe it was this easy after they made these changes." And I'm showing you a screenshot that I had already taken, and I pressed the button, but I wanted you to see where my mouse was to press to request a payout. Like, thank you for helping, yada yada, but I'm showing you my mouse. I'm about to press the button, but I already pressed it before I sent you the screenshot. I just got the payout, whatever. Sorry, not whatever, but like it was such a milestone because there were so many instances in Apex especially that I struggled with in 2022. They had stupid rules, and they're still stupid in my opinion. There's multiple stupid things, and you're going to see why easy come easy go is bad, but also the actual payout structure, the actual rules make it much more difficult. Maybe Caesar can comment on this, but there used to be a one-time window in 2022 to where you can request a payout, and it was the last 5 days of the month. That's about it. So your balance had to be eligible for a payout, and then in here, if you request it, you're fine, right? If you, for example, traded and lost and now fell below the threshold of paying, getting paid, and this is in Apex and similar companies, if your balance fell below the threshold a day before, you're no longer eligible. And in addition to that, if your balance was eligible and you entered these days and you made the request and you're still waiting for them to extract the money out, take it out, but because they require you to trade more days, 20 days back in 2022, this was in 2022, you now have to trade 20 more days to get a payout next month. So you kind of have to start trading again, and if your account balance falls below, even though you made a request already, they can reject you. No, they will reject you because your account fell below the threshold. Do you notice how kind of like counterproductive that is when you want to get a payout, but in order to be eligible for the next month payout, you still have to be trading more? And if your account sinks below, it cancels the actual request, and now you're stuck. I struggled so much with that. In 2023, they finally introduced 2 payout windows. Here and here, right? Finally. And they would require you to trade 10 trading days. 10 trading days. So what happens when you have a holiday? What happens when you skip one day, or you're sick, or maybe there wasn't a good setup? If you don't have 10 days, right, each week is only 5 days in trading, right? That means that you're still dealing with that one more payout window. Whereas Top Step and My Fund of Futures only require 5 days in a month. It's a very different approach. That's one thing to factor, right? I'm not even going to talk about the most predatory thing called trailing threshold or trailing drawdown, I used to think that that was fair. That's literally what changed the entire industry. But what, in short term, what that means is that in Apex, you could be in a position, and let's say that you're supposed to make $3,000, right? You could be in a position you're chilling, and let's just say there's, you know, some fast price action, whatever. Any dollar you make goes up with you. Sorry, the stop loss, the actual trailing drawdown goes up with you. So your liquidation threshold goes up with you. So let's just say that you took a position in Apex and you let it swing, or you were riding an actual trend, and then the trend kind of pulls back. It happened to me multiple times, especially with Powell or whatever. I experimented with it. It was cheap, so why not? My entry was here. That's the entry, right? I generated profits. I would actually generate profits. So let me actually do this like this one more time. That's the entry. I'm gonna make profits more visible in the color green for now. Make them a little bit thicker. This is the entry, right? And this is the stop loss. The red is the stop loss. I'm giving you a very simple, crude depiction of like what the trailing drawdown is, the most predatory feature I think in the industry. And I used to think that was fine, it was acceptable. But unfortunately, after listening to Martha and many others, they would say that I'm used to holding my trades. I can sit through them, right? I want to walk the dog and come back, right? Apex changed my approach through this trailing drawdown into a scalper mode, right? And so it basically what that means is that that's your entry. The gray line below is your entry, but any dollar you make, even if it's unrealized, the trade is still going, your drawdown will go up with you in parallel. So if price does not hit your target above, and then let's just say that price starts sinking below, your profits, your max profit in here starts shrinking, right? Same thing in options happens. You could make 700% and not take profit, it shrinks down to 500. So as it shrinks down and shrinks down, even if you have a stop loss now placed at break even for the trade, because the trailing drawdown went higher, you could lose. You will lose the account. Period. Like, that's how crazy it is. When I say it's the most predatory thing, it is. I used to think that was normal, acceptable, because I didn't know any better. But imagine being in a trade and you're sitting in deep profits. You have a stop loss at break even for the idea, and then price comes back down, right, to pull back a little bit, to retrace, to continue. Even if it pulls back to continue and it hits that, you're out. You lose the account. So this is a practice that is done by Apex and similar companies to this day. It's called trailing drawdown. These companies do not have that whatsoever. Right?
Raven, that's another reason why I don't trade the red folder news at all. Like, I learned my lesson, especially with the funded accounts with Apex.
Yep, exactly. And so this, I did it with I did it with Powell, right? I was chilling. At some point, I was like, holy smokes, I'm up like 1,000, I'm up 2,000, I'm so close to passing it. And price literally pulls back a little bit just to continue next leg, and it hits my liquidation. I was like, what? I'm so green in profit. Nope, that thing moves parallel with you. Every dollar you make goes against you. And so you had to adapt, right, Caesar? You had to adapt to a different trading style. Obviously, not just avoid red folder news, but also kind of like see profit, take profit, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned. I honestly burned like 40 accounts and probably a good like half of my funded accounts because of that.
Yep, the same thing. Like, it's, to me, it was an absolute struggle. And so that's why, like, when I'm talking about this, I really mean it. Like, it is one of the most easiest approaches. Like, um, Caesar, don't try to back me up. Literally find critical things in here that you would criticize, right? Be critical of this right here. How different is this in Apex? What is something that Apex is better than this?
Apex, damn, I'm not even gonna lie. Apex looks trash to this. My Funded Futures looks damn. I'm liking this a lot, like a lot.
And what do they do to you, right? You are a consistent trader with them, right? And as of last week, what did they send you? He actually posted it
I
here.
can't. I can't buy no more evos for 2 years.
They're restricting someone that is consistently profitable with them from accessing more accounts because they're like Matt Leach, the guy that runs this company, right? This company came about last year, but before last year, they had experience with their sister company called MyFundedFX for Forex division. So they saw the struggle, right, of people and how there was a medium point between Top Step and Apex. So let's just try to fill that gap and get into the market share, right? And they did it. And then as of July, you will see this again right here. As of July, you will see far more payouts of 1,200. In my DMs, like I see them in testimonials, right? 1,200. A lot of these 1,200, like literally 99% of them are 50K accounts. They're maxed out. You can only withdraw up to shoot, I moved away from it. You can only
What's
withdraw
crazy too, Raven?
Yeah.
The people that I've seen request those payments, they get paid the same day, the same hour. I seen someone get paid the same like 10-minute window that he requested it.
Exactly. And it goes back to Apex, right? Have you ever run into the issue like I did where you make a request and then you still have to trade to be eligible for the next payout window, and then you lose some and now you fell below the threshold? It happened to many others, right, as well, but I don't know if you ever experienced it yourself.
Yeah, it happened to me like a couple of times with that.
And it gets annoying because I made this profit. I should be able to withdraw it. They should be able to take it out. There is another company, that had a different approach that they would immediately move it away, take out that chunk off, so that way it's not affecting your balance, right? But unfortunately, Apex and other companies that are using that method, they don't want you to get really paid, in all honesty, right? Versus this company. If you look at the 1,200, scroll up. This is just yesterday, right? Go forward. How many people? 1,200. How many more? Just scroll. Keep scrolling all the way through to July, right? Choose random dates, and you'll see a lot more 1,200s than ever before. But if we go back to payout feed before July, right? We're still scrolling July 3rd. Hang on. Let me go here, right? This is July 3rd. The permanent change that they made was July 1st, okay? You'll see now payouts differ in the 4,000. Far more experienced people, right, with variable payout feeds versus like in a whole day, this is how much was approved for payouts, right? Versus right now, and like I could just scroll up. The single day is much smaller than ever than later, right? Like later months, because that's when the shift happened. Now you get to see a whole day, right? Scroll and you see many payouts in a single day of 1,200. Very, very drastic difference because they're making it a lot more feasible, right? That's the point that I'm trying to get to. Despite the other one, the new Plus, being my favorite account right now, this is less favorable, but yet cheaper. So to some people that, right, going off of the vote of a lot of people risk 300 a day trading options, I really think that you can still be trading options, but now you get to have more capital to access longer dated swings. You could be taking alerts with 8x and Abby and others, but have more time on them instead of having to risk, because like once you open risk, you now have less buying power in your options account, right? But you want to take probabilities, you want to take multiple trades and so on, versus focusing, right, your quality setups on longer term trades that have more time to play out, right? You'll have more access to capital to buy longer term contracts, or basically just be a little more picky in how you choose your option swings. But on a day-to-day basis, you can still navigate the markets using what would cost you about $80 a month to access 2,500 paper trading, right? Now that that's all said, I hope it's clear. If you guys have any questions, the whole objective of this was not to talk about the actual prop firm itself, right? But it's to show that even from a live personal account perspective, you can trade futures. And the only reason I got into it was the guy telling me that there is no pattern day trading rule, right? So when you add that to, or like when you factor that with these companies and what they offer to literally test you paper trading, then you see how maybe you see potential of like how you can trade not even every day, right? Maybe once or twice a day. Once or twice a week, right? Navigating price action through this. Maybe every day. It's up to you. That's your call. But you're only risking $80 a month versus what we normally do. The average, according to what the votes are, is about $300 a day, and I'm going even lower. Imagine if everybody risks about $300 a week. That's still a lot of money compared to 80 for anyone that is trying to learn, right? For anyone trying to grow. And so I think that allows you to have more capital to trade options with, to where you can actually be more picky about the tickers that you want to be participating in, longer term expirations and so on. So I hope that answered most of the questions that you might have had about these companies and what they do. There's more information pinned. Let me know and I'll just tag you to it. But now that that's out of the way, for beginners, right? What I try to do is like simple strategy navigating futures price action is looking at specific highs and lows, right, that are more prominent in price. That's literally about it. And then you see what price does when it reaches that high and low, right? And these are multi-day swings of highs and lows that we're bound to get out of, obviously. But in all reality, the main thing that makes futures a lot more easier for me to read than stocks, and that's why when people ask me about their opinions in stocks, and I don't know if it was this gentleman. No, he left, I think. I got questions last week about like DE, Caterpillar, and whatnot. Analyze them from an ICT price action perspective. I apologize because it's not the same as futures. It's not the same when you don't see the wicks, especially when sometimes there are dark pools involved and phantom prints and so on. But to keep things simple in futures, we have 23 hours in a day of price action every day, and all we're looking for is prominent highs and lows. That's it. It's as simple as that, right? Pre-market, step number 1, look for prominent, right, highs and lows. 2, mark them up on like using the hourly, and I color them with a red line. You can choose whatever, right? And a 15-minute, mark them using hourly, which is H1. We refer to that as H1, the time frame, and 15-minute, right? And so the next step is to go down to the 5-minute chart and see how price reacts. please do not take trades off of these instructions. Please do not take trades off the, not with options, not with futures, not even with paper. You're supposed to observe it just to notice that pattern. I'm telling you, I'm holding myself accountable, more so than ever, just showing how simple it is, that I'm doing these streams fully on YouTube and Twitter to show how simple it is. Now, my streams don't have any audio because what I'm doing is teaching people that are part of the incremental program, which is literally $35 a month. You're literally buying me lunch as an alternative to one-on-ones. It's a workshop style, but I dedicate hours a day just to read price action through ICT teachings, basically. And so I just show it in real time. As I don't focus on hindsight. It's the entire thing is to do it in real time every day. And because some people, I saw that they might have been overcomplicating it and so on, so I just decided to show that it's like so easy that even if you have work or something, you can record your own stream on YouTube, right? You can have a private stream for yourself and go away to work and then come back later to study what happened using the markings that you did. I'm literally encouraging everyone to do so. And it started from this homework that I had last year. If I scroll all the way up in here, sorry, 1 second. Here. What you're trying to find is where price fails to break, right? Even in strat, if you know the strat, even in using EMAs, right, as a strategy, it shows you how much disadvantage there is when you're capturing the end of a trend or when price is overextended. In strat, there is no combo that says enter on the 222 continuation, right? Like, that's not something you want to do. And I really think that, like, the trend is your friend is not as easy as it seems, right? Otherwise, everyone would just find a trend and just write it. It's not as easy because price manipulates, right? It's by design, and there's more to it, but the point is that in strat or EMAs or whatnot, you kind of want to have more favorable risk to reward entries, and they deal with the retest, right? In EMAs, you're not trying to buy price when it's overextended. Let me pull up an example in here. Let me change layouts right here quickly. You're not trying to buy price when it's overextended in one way or the other. Rips or clouds, away from the cloud, away from the EMAs. Let me move away the labels. Those are huge, right? Buying up here, right, away from the cloud is not as favorable as the retest of the actual EMA crossover, right? And so it shows you how similar it is to what 8x does in terms of entry points, in terms of combos, strat combos. You're looking for failed signals in a trend, right? That's the whole point. Failed signals. And you can add more elements, in my opinion, like what the I'm not even gonna divert away from that, but to that point. But I kind of answered it to a person last week. You can add a time candle opens, just to kind of be in line with how the larger time frames are distributing price, basically. And so the retest of an EMA has failed actionable signals in the strat. If you just hunt for those and observe them actively, you'll see favorable setups that make the risks reward a lot better, right? Just in general. And that's the whole point, because that's what people refer to as manipulation, right? where price fails to kind of break one side only to continue the trend in a certain way. That's what you're trying to look for. That signature in price, that manipulation, right? And it can be, like profit taking and whatever, but the point is that we don't buy price away from it just because the trend is up. I should just buy it. If you do, you suffer downside in your contracts or whatever until price picks up steam again, right? But the ones that are much closer to the cloud, and that's literally one of the first strategies I ever learned in trading, is showing you how even in strat there is no 2-2-2 continuation. You're not supposed to take that, right? It's not as favorable. You might be lucky, but it's not as favorable. So what you try to do is find consolidation, find a 3 that has manipulation, the 3 candle manipulated one way to distribute the other way, right? You're trying to find 2-2 reversals, right? And if you find them in a trend, then they are far more favorable in terms of entries, and it translates to the same way that we navigate futures with finding failed 2s, basically, or where price failed to break one side and now breaks back in. That's it. And what we want is to be on side when the market is trying to collect money, right? Some aggressive buyers are taking profits in here, some aggressive sellers. I'm just going off of what a lot of people, understand. Sellers, right, are active in here, and this candle just goes a little bit deeper into the resistance area, only to flip. Imagine if you were a seller in here, but you had a tighter stop loss, you would get stopped out, and then price goes in your favor. That's what you're trying to see. And so you do the homework over and over. I've done this thousands of times. It's been homework since last year. It wasn't the focus for me. And as soon as that became the main thing that I look for in price, it literally elevated everything that I know. It elevated everything that I know. And so you're trying to find where price failed, right? Typically after, certain moves, you go back and you look historically, price did stop out participants in here to move higher and vice versa, and so on, right? Before making, its next leg, larger moves, it typically wants to clean out, right? Orders and so on. And you want to find those areas where price failed to displace, failed to continue, right? And the homework starts from like 2023. I used the dollar index chart on a weekly scale, US dollar index weekly, and price actually took out these 2 highs, just wicked them out to fall back in lower. Once it got to this significant prominent low, it wicked it out and then continued to reverse. It's not going to stay range bound forever. Price does one of 2 things. It takes significant highs and lows to reverse from, or it breaks them. So the homework to make it more favorable is, we don't want to be breakout traders. If breakout traders were successful, then you would not even need any other strategy in the world. But how many of you have ever taken trades off of breakouts, right? And I'm not talking about strat breakouts, because strats has combos that are more favorable, but I'm talking about like actual breakout levels at the peak of something, at the peak of a bottom, a high, or a low. The contract that you're entering right now, especially in options, is juiced up, right? Injected artificially so much because it's like near the highs. And I say this because Beckham, he was just here moments ago. Beckham and I and a few others in here in ADEX used to be in a server. Like I talk like this, by the way. I jumped into different servers to get guidance to learn how to read price action, right? Since 2022 basically. And to some people 2 years is too long, or to some people, wow, that was only 2 years ago, right? It's relatable, it's relative, and it's relative, not relatable, my bad. It's relative to how someone views it, but it felt like a long time, but in reality it's a crazy transformation when you actually put in the work yourself to study. But there was a time where I needed help, I needed guidance, and so I hopped from Discord to Discord and so on. And yeah, it was not something that helped me grow at all, in my opinion, especially because there were so many different strategies, but also the other discords compared to 8x's discord were not focused on teaching and learning. They were more focused on alerts per se, and the subscriptions that I had paid for them were significant, right? Some of them were $500 a month, some of them were $2,500 for a year, for 6 months, for whatever. And so I paid those, and I learned the most when I focused on price action itself, right? What the actual charts are telling me, not what alerts tell me or whatever. And so those discords were not focused on education as well, so there wasn't really as much learning. As soon as I came in here in 8x, I realized anyone can speak, anyone can open their mic, anyone can ask questions, and that's how you really grow, right? I used to be the kid in the back of the class sitting with a Nintendo Game Boy and not even paying attention. Obviously, when you're trying to trade, that's not going to lead you anywhere. And so the more engagement you see, and hopefully other people engaging, encourages you also to engage as well, and ask questions to grow. But as soon as I saw that was the case in here in 8x, I'm like, cancel everything, I'm done. The fact that we can just even ask questions. We were forbidden, we were penalized, and we were warned that we would get banned from something that we paid with no refunds if we asked questions during market hours. I swear to you. I don't want to name the Discord right now because this stream is running on Twitter, right? And I'm not after drama. I'm not trying to grow my Twitter. I'm not trying to grow my YouTube channel. I'm not trying to actually grow them themselves. I'm literally just trying to reach out to people to show them what is possible from a low-hanging fruit perspective. That's my objective. And so I don't want to mention any names, but I can mention them off the record when the stream is not running on Twitter and YouTube publicly like this. This thing is being recorded on there, so anyone who wants it can go back to it. But there were servers that we were forbidden from asking questions in the chat, and some things just as basic as, are you still in this? You guys know that question, right? Has anyone heard of it? Are you still in? Such a common question. Harmless question. Yet it aggravated the groups so much that we were warned that we would get banned with no refund if we asked that question again. Can you imagine how stupid that sounds? And compare that to 8x for a much, much lower fee, right? Monthly fee, subscription fee, to be able to access voice, ask questions in chat, but also voice. Hey, 8x, I have a question. I asked him 1 billion questions, right? And so it's literally how you grow. Don't be me back in high school, Nintendo, whatever. Like, that was silly, unnecessary. But that question annoyed them so much that they implemented this help desk ticket system. And we thought, okay, maybe that's what's going to streamline. Maybe they're going to have certain people answer questions. It like day after day, we were asking questions about our positions that needed to be addressed in the moment, in the day, or the next day. And by day 5, a lot of us still didn't get a single answer, and we thought that was absolutely stupid and ridiculous. And as soon as I saw what the 8x environment was, I just canceled everything. In fact, I saw 8x's environment, or the tweet and the membership cost, and I thought, wow, out of all the options that I'm considering, that is the cheapest one. But I'm gonna go with the $500 a month one, and the $2,500 whatever one, and the 300 ones, because they must be better. They cost more, they must be a lot better than 8x. That was not the case. I actually lost a lot more because of lack of guidance, lack of help, lack of just answering questions. One of the things that happened to me in 8x was I was in a position, I opened a specific spread by mistake, and I opened an accidental extra leg. I used to trade spreads all the time for hundreds of times, maybe almost 1,000 times. It's how I grew my options account. But by accident, I added a third leg that I didn't even notice, and it was an open-ended kind of like risk thing that would lock up $5,000 of capital. I panicked. I opened my mic and I asked for help immediately. Leon Trooper jumped in immediately. When I asked for help about spreads, they said, "Oh, our analyst Leon Trooper is the one that is capable of answering this question. He can help you with that." I screen share with him to show, to get an idea of what to do, and he gives me guidance, and I took the best $200 loss I could take, because just before that the account was down like, or the option was down 500, and I saw it fluctuate near 700, and I had time. I had about a month, and had I held it for like 10 more minutes, it would have come back to break even and even some profit with it. It was just fluctuating because of earnings, but it was my mistake. But I happily took that mistake, especially because I got guidance and help immediately in the moment, and I found that to be incredible. It shows you, I'm illustrating to you how different it is to have guidance, have a community that actually you can interact with. Because doing it on your own is very doable. But go to YouTube right now, right? And ask the question of how do I start trading? You will end up lost in a sea of information. How do I start trading, right? You will find endless videos from different people and whatnot. Like you could do that, but it'll take you far longer than when you have guidance and actual communities that can actually guide you and narrow down your focus, so that way your path is shorter. That's the whole point. And so going back to this, looking for prominent highs and lows in the strat, the combos. Does anybody have the combo strat sheet right here? You know what? I don't want to I don't want to divert too much. I don't want to take too much time because I do want to answer questions. But my point is that a lot of the entries have better risk to rewards on them. My first strategy that I was told to stick to by Pick 'em Dan was using the inside bar, right? Break. Wait for consolidation when there's a 1 candle in here. Wait for price to break 2 up or 2 down. That's it. Right? That's what I was told. And it's far more beginner friendly because you're waiting for consolidation and waiting to see price break in one way, and just be patient with it. Strat does not tell you, right? The strat combo doesn't have a 2 2 2 like this when price is just continuing. Hey, enter here at the top, right? It's not favorable. There are Randy Jackson combos. There are 3-1-2 combos, 2-1-3 combos. There are failed 2 combos. And when you take them using the most powerful phenomenon, right, in trading, with strat, broad incremations, when you use that with that confluence, you're looking for those signs where price fails in one way or the other, especially when it's overextended, or even if you're in the middle of the range trying to get price to the opposite side, to the upside, you're going to find signs where literally price is in a trend up and it's pulling back and it's showing you failure signs of going down to take it back up. And that's why I think using, and what Alex Strat teaches almost on a weekly basis, teaching broad informations, is so crucial to Strat, because it's what tells you where price is more favorable to enter on, right? You're not just capturing a trend, because if you try to do that, just like the Tesla example or any other example, if we plug in the Ripster EMAs again one more time, you're reaching a point where price is overextended, and typically it comes back to its average. Price will come back to its average, right? Like according to indicators, but in reality, it's just falling into equilibrium. That's it, right? Offering fair value. Nothing. There's no ticker that ever just went to the moon, to the skies, and never came back, right? AMC, GME, and whatnot. They can go vertical all they want. In due time, price does offer fair value, comes back to retrace, and so on. Let me see any questions right here. Announcements. Hang on. Non-farm payroll. No. Thank you, Nobi. Thank you. So you'll notice that. Wow. Wait. Hang on. Is there such a thing as a 222? Can you take a 222 continuation? I don't know. Or why is it asking spot the difference? Maybe to show the difference, what's more favorable. I really don't know. But in all honesty, I don't think that that's as favorable to just take a continuation move. In terms of risk reward, right? It needs a larger risk appetite, room for drawdown, and time in the contract. So I don't really know if that's an actual entry. No, it doesn't actually show an entry because all these show entries. All these show entries. These don't. That's why. I knew it. I remember this. I studied this. Somebody tagged me somewhere. I don't know where. No, it's not an entry. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Thank you for answering that. Yeah. Clearly, it's not an entry. There is no entry in that. It's not as favorable, right? The ones that are near where price fails is far more favorable. If this candle is green up, it means that it manipulated lower to go higher, right? Randy Jackson's, so many different combos that, in my opinion, as a beginner, just stick to one combo if you want to use the strat, and you must utilize, in my opinion, broad inclinations to kind of get a general sense of where price is in the near term, right? Over the last 5 days, over the last like depending on the framework you're trying to aim for, but you're gonna see those prominent highs and lows and where is price at to try to take these signs of reversals or continuation of a larger trend based on a sign of a reversal that failed to go lower to continue higher, right? That's what you want to do, and maybe using that, or using broad information plus strat plus EMAs can help you, but regardless, it is so doable, and I'm trying to simplify the approach to liquidity. One main concept, probably the actual first stepping stone and the main cornerstone of ICT, which is liquidity. You're literally marking up highs and lows. That's it. And so over the last couple of weeks, I've been streaming this publicly, a few days a week, because just to keep it fair for members, but also they have the audio access, whereas on my streams there is no audio. But if we go down, oh wow, 9 people are watching. You know what would be cool if you guys can do it, even if you mute me, if you join Twitter when I do these lessons and streams, to help kind of like share with others, right? Because I think it notifies others if you're joining a stream to basically to have more exposure, right? I'm literally trying to just do my best to help, and that would be pretty cool for a lot of people. Let me delete this stream. I don't need it anymore because that was a test one. This was my last message. I tweeted him, ICT, the guy I learned most, literally the whole concepts from. It's the foundation of everything that I know. Do it equally accurate. Do it equally accurate live. I'm nowhere near accurate, right? You're not supposed to be accurate, in my opinion. No one should be aiming for that, or I guess most people should not be aiming for that. In reality, what you want to be doing is playing probabilities, right? A simple coin toss flip with solid risk reward is actually a profitable strategy, mathematically, right? It's been proven, there have been studies, but also you're not after being so precise. I actually got obsessed, and I was gonna type it, but there's so many, there's only too many letters you're allowed to type in here, and I know I can extend it later, right? I can expand it, but I want to keep it short and sweet, to be honest. But there was a period of time where I actually got very precise. It was actually scary. especially when I was using fibs, the OTE levels, specifically the 0.79 level, it came in like crazy. I almost started focusing more on precision more than anything. Like literally my mind was just focused on these elements of precision, that I actually wanted to use that as an actual name and whatnot, but it I almost became too obsessed with it. Now I let go, right? I do have a sense of perfectionism. I do have a sense of like wanting things to be perfect and wanting all the answers. I've learned so much just by losing some expensive mistakes, that it's far better, right? My sister actually said this to me in school. I would be the one person that is submitting the assignment, especially like a project, an actual computer science based project, late, but it's damn near perfect, right? It would be graded as an A plus plus plus, right? And I would be obsessed trying to get that A plus, and yet people are submitting B plus assignments on time and they get A's, right? They submit B quality level and they still get an A, a full A, where I get docked just for being late. Being late is my signature. It's crazy, but anyway. And so, it's an ongoing joke, life joke, but anyway, the idea is that, what was I gonna say? The precision, right? Accuracy. I am blessed, and I'm choosing not to be as precise, because I got obsessed with that for a good chunk of like 6 months maybe. I have trades that if I show you guys how they executed, how I top ticked and bottom ticked a sell, like they were preset orders. I'll show you just this one example, and it'll make it click for some people, but I'll show you 2 examples from Raven, right? On this date, during December 2022. That was my first trade, but it was one of my biggest trades ever on MES. It was an FOMC day, and I had caught this move right here. Had I known that price would only wick me this much, I would have gone a little bit heavier, maybe 3 contracts, maybe 4 contracts, but I captured a wick, a 15-second wick. Price spent less than 15 seconds in here. That was my entry, and that kind of like awakened things for me. I'm like, whoa, so OT is real, right? And it wasn't just a 0.786 level, it was literally 0.79. Maybe it is 70s. I really don't care anymore now, but at that time I wanted to just stick to it, and that became my model at that time. That became my actual strategy and model. And the difference between a strategy and a model is that a strategy, unlike a model, is open-ended in terms of time. You can have an alert kick in when an EMA crosses over, and you just enter. There's no time-based framework for it. A model adds the factor of time. That's about it. So it became a model where I look for setups in specific times and only enter at the 0.79 level. That, as a beginner, my small account could only handle this little drawdown. Had I entered at the 618 level, my risk, my red section, would be much larger. So I narrowed down what my trades to what my risk profile allows, and it allowed very little at that time. And so measuring price, right? Coincidentally, it was like the break of this line. That was just a coincidence in my opinion, but from the top to the bottom of displacement ranges. They are not dealing ranges. There's a difference. A dealing range is different from a displacement range. Displacement range are ranges that have energy in them, right? When you measure them and price is supposed to continue in that direction, right, where the objective is still lower, then you get to see retracements back up to that certain level and then reject from it lower. Over the next couple of days, price did continue to trade lower, but that was one of those times where I was just freaking surprised. And then you get to see my exit. That was my entry, and that was my exit in here. And you can literally take a screenshot of this. If you have access to the Discord, you can actually see December 14 and open these images, zoom in on them, and you'll see that level right here where price bounced from, my exit level, my entry level wicked, my exit was using, right, the fibs were originally here measuring the displacement range, and I drag this to here, you'll see it in this image, to get the opposite side of the 0.79, and that was my exit. It delivered all the way to that and started bouncing back, and I became obsessed with that. I was like, oh my god, if I can be this precise and have little drawdown, that was the focus, right? It became my fantasy unicorn thing that I chased and chased and chased, but in all honesty, I don't care about it anymore. I don't want to be this precise because I want to play about probabilities and just getting 2 or 3 R's, and that's it, right? That's what you want to really be good at more than anything. Price bounces from that level, at least to retrace a little bit, but it gave me a low-hanging fruit, realistic objective, and that became my model, just to take price from premium, right? Premium is the top side. Somebody initiated an activity, and just to make sure, Nini, I don't know how to, okay. Anyway. Premium is when price goes back into the top half of the range, right? It's more expensive, right? Premium versus discount, lower, below 50% of the range we call discount. And so I would just take price from premium back to discount. That's it. That was my model. I never aimed for lows. I never aimed for those. It was so easy. Like, as a model, if you respect the risk, it's still profitable. It is a still profitable strategy. It's a simple strategy, right? And so the next day that happened was on February 7th. Powell speaking in 2023. And I want to take your attention right here. I did not manually press the mouse to enter in here. Elisa, hi Mike. Just let something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. I'm so sorry.
No, don't apologize. Something that happens in Discord right now, right? It's been happening for about 3+ months right now. Anytime you get a call, right? If Elisa or anyone's listening in here, and then they get a call, Discord has a bug in their app where it actually, it was on mute, but to speak, Discord mutes you, right? It actually mutes your phone, just in general. When you get a call overrides the mute function, right? It opens up your mic, and so Discord doesn't have access to remute automatically. So it's been a bug that they haven't crushed for a few months now. It wasn't a thing, and that's something that we're seeing a lot more people encounter. Also alarms as well, for some reason, on specific devices that have the Hey Siri function, right? When you have an alarm, you can actually tell Siri to stop it, and so if you do that, it actually opens up your mic, and then you think you're in the call being muted, and the mic is already opened. So that's really why, like, it's no big deal. If you ever see, muted mics, that's the whole reason behind it. I am a computer science, applied computer science major. We had to build apps. Like, I didn't study computer science from a theory perspective. It was all application, right? We had to build stuff, VR projects, AR projects, mobile apps, and so on. And I was one of the first people to make cool applications using Alexa. And I speak from that experience, but also I want to tie it to what I do in my workshop, right? I don't do one-on-ones ever. I did it once, and it does not fit my lifestyle, period. It is far more doable for me to reach a lot more people, and not even a lot more, like a smaller group, I guess, but like instead of just one person dedicating a few hours, right? That person is now part of the actual group, but he was the only person that I agreed to do one-on-one with early this year, back in January. I did over the weekend. We studied price in hindsight. I spent about 2 hours with him studying like his own psychology of how he trades, historical trades of his, and in about 2 hours charging 75 an hour. Like I stayed over like the 2 hour mark, but I felt like it wasn't even enough. So he would tell me, hey, let's stop in here, like you know, he feels bad, and I was like, no, I want to leave you with something to work on, right? It was not even enough time. Now I'm doing this on a daily basis for a smaller group of people, right? To show them price action in real time more than anything. And so that's what I found to be aligning better with my schedule, with my lifestyle, with my skill set and confidence. And so I say this to tie it into the applied computer science thing, which was also brought up by the mute thing, but I want this approach to be more application based. I don't want you to watch ICT videos. The person that asked the other day, hey Alex and Raven, would you consider here this question? I literally encourage him not to, right? And I didn't even tell him about the group or whatnot. I'm just trying to tell him to keep things separate, so that way you're not mixing, right? I told this to Iron Jaw. I tell this to many people. Hey, maybe it is simpler to just stick to strat, right? A lot of people think that you can combine the two. In all honesty, you don't really combine the two. There's only like one main element, in my opinion, that you can add, which is just fibs, OTE fibs, right? But he asked whether he should watch 2022, 2023, 2024. I'm like, whoa, easy. I'm off to work, but I can respond later, right? And so, knowing how much time I spent watching so many videos, and not just ICT videos, but also alternative ICT content, but in addition to that, prior to that, I learned so much technical analysis, you know, the traditional technical analysis in terms of like MACD, RSI, VWAP, Anchor VWAP, EMAs and SMAs, and many more. I used to trade, like if you guys look at my indicators, we actually made a template. Sorry, we used someone's open source to build off of it, and this is what I used to trade with. I used to trade like this. No joke. Right. And let me see if I can get those levels on. Why are they not showing? Oh, they are showing right here because they're small scale. These are ATR levels. We made this indicator with Pick'em Dan, myself, and Nagami, and it just is. It's similar to the standard pivot indicator, but instead it uses ATR, and it's just I guess a different approach of math calculation to it, to where you get average ranges of that, and if we use that in futures, then you get to see the benefit of it, because it factors in the open, high, low, close, prior day, prior high and low, and so on, and why these levels typically price offers trades off of them, rejections off of them, and so on. I used to trade this, and I never made sense. I always submitted to indicators to tell me where price is going, and now I'm blessed and I'm still learning, I'm still growing, but now I get to draw areas to where I want to see price do something before even an indicator prints it. That's where the difference is, right? And I spent thousands of hours consuming content. I'm telling you, the same way I got into to applied computer science, I want you to actually experience the same thing, right? Where everything is application based. You're going to apply teachings immediately in real time, right? And that's my approach. I find that that's going to be the fastest way, instead of having to watch. If I tell people, hey, watch these videos, watch this playlist from ICT, watch this and that, you're going to do that at some point later, just to kind of like absorb the information properly the way he teaches it. There's tons of value is like abundance of value in just anyone who teaches, like, you know, through videos. They put in a lot of work behind it. I'm not discounting any of it, but there is also a different way for some people to learn by hands-on experience, that when you do the hands-on and then you come back to the theory, you'll have a lot more answers, right? You can watch those videos later on to have even a better understanding of it. And I really think that that's a solid approach, at least for people that struggle with learning from rewind, replay, price action, or hindsight, or so on. You get to see and experience real-time decision making, right? What happens in the moment, and that's what I try to show as much as possible. It's there basically. But anyway, going back to going back to the mouse, I did not top tick this by clicking. That would be a coincidence. Call it a coincidence. How would I have bottom ticked this? When I tell you I became obsessed with that, I wasn't trying to press buttons to try to reach that. I was trying to use the same teachings of OTE, measuring a range, right? And if you, let's see if I have a different image that represents that. If I take the top of the bottom of the range, this is a little bit off because it's not magnetized, but the 0.79, the opposite side of the range, is going to be my exit for this short, and it's about 4132.74. I got it at 4133. I added one more tick just in case, right? Because I see some discrepancy sometimes between MES and ES by a tick or so. To sell this and get out at this is freaking wild. And I saw this dozens of times. It became like almost an obsession to catch, because if I can get a trade with little to no drawdown, it means I can go heavy. And I chased this fantasy, this unicorn, endlessly. And it really became unproductive. And throughout all my life, going for perfectionism, trying to get something so precise and perfect, it became a very expensive lesson to let go. Right? That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, you don't even have to be that precise. And so what he's saying in here, where is it? Accuracy. Obviously, he's going to do it. His executions are insane. Some of the trades that we take are similar to his. Some are later than his. Some are earlier than his. And regardless, the way he executes it and manages it is insane. The way he moves up the stop, I wish I learned. Like, I'm still going to learn how to manage the stops better, right? For now, I have a system that works, but I'm still going to elevate it more, right? But it's not going to be my focus right now, right? This was like basically the common homework that I've been asking people to do, even if you're busy, right? You're about to go to work, and especially if you're in Eastern time, if you can record your stream, right? Make a YouTube channel, stream there, Twitch, Twitter, whatever it is, and just mark up highs and lows on the hourly, like the instructions say in here. Crazy. That's literally, that was my old strategy. That's crazy. Me, Pick'em Dan, and we like to trade off of this. Those levels would just, okay, if it holds in here, that's it. If it's too extended away from the cloud, be done with it, and so on.
Hey, Raven.
What's up?
Hey.
No. Okay, shoot. I'll move. It's okay. Sorry. How long have you been waiting?
Well, I was supposed to start an hour ago, but I got busy helping doing some errands. So,
Okay.
but now I'm good.
I'll move.
I sent you a message with the heads up, but I don't know if you saw it.
I am terrible at messages. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I'm about to start, but are you in the middle of something? I can just wait if
No.
if you
No.
want.
I'll move to another room. It's okay. We're good. We have plenty of rooms. So,
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, we're good. Good. Futures live trading. I'm gonna add it right here. Copy, invite. Da-da-da. So yeah, I'll see you guys there. Sorry, Abby.
You're good, man. Thank you.
Thank you. testing. Hang on. At diamond. At futures. At incremental. I will be wrapping up in I just wanted to answer a few questions. Yeah, I just realized that there may not be people, because like he's also hosting a class, so it makes it even harder. Or I don't know if everyone has access to this channel. I'm not even sure. Permissions.
Good morning, Raven.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm well, thanks. I'm getting ready for dinner soon.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been well. How's the stream gone today?
Oh, good. I just realized maybe I should have answered Abby that I was literally almost done right now. Because I know a lot of people went to attend his class. I forget what his class was, or was it a watch list? I think maybe. I'm not too sure.
I'm not too sure something like that, but he's recording it. I just confirmed from him he's going to record it, so I think that should be okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think more people are going to be attending his session right now.
Yeah. Did I miss anything this morning?
No. I mean, you're part of the group, so obviously, like, it was more kind of like getting an intro to futures on how you can do it. First of all, with like a live account, a personal live account, and then why we don't do that in the beginning. Why we should consider getting a prop firm account, like a funded account instead. And then from there we can move on to the next stage. But the whole point was to illustrate how kind of a safe environment futures trading is, especially using these new tools. Also the fact that like 10-20 years ago, not even 10 years ago, you could access micros. Micros were not a thing 10 years ago. And so micros only came about in May 2019 technically. So it shows you how much more feasible trading became for people with less capital, right? So when we factored that in, and then you add the idea that prop firms have these programs that can help you approach trading in a different way, then that's a safer environment to approach trading futures, basically, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of what I covered. And then I was about to just get into this to cover what we've been doing, right? Like your own videos actually like are a great example of applying the concepts and doing it in real time, and then having footage of it, right? Actual recordings of it to upload and revise whenever you want. Like, I do believe that that's really helpful if anybody and everybody does that for their own self, right? Even if it's something that you might be shy, you don't want to do it publicly, you can do it privately first, and then start from there to go to oh my god, I just noticed there's like 30 people in the stream. I'm not too sure in the Twitter stream. I know that you guys are not in the Discord itself. I want you to ask questions. You can type under, and I can answer any questions you guys have in here. Anyone in here as well that has questions in the voice chat, you can ask questions in here as well. But anyone on Twitter, if you have a question you want answers to, please type it out. I'm here. I don't do DMs just to avoid scams and whatnot. I have a blue check just to kind of like to not run into scammers ever. So hopefully like it helps. But I'm wondering if I should do. If you actually okay, so I'm actually running a trial, right? I just did a trial right here, a 7-day trial. You don't have to rush to do it now. If you actually want to participate on Voice, you don't have to start it right now. You can just tag questions under the stream. If you have any questions, I can answer them right now. But if you do have this, then I can, like, if you feel like you want to ask questions by voice, I wish Twitter had a feature where these streams that I could run allow others to join by voice. You can do that through Twitter Spaces, where multiple people can talk. But if I'm streaming a video, for some reason it doesn't allow more than one guest speaker inside of the voice side of it, basically. So if you have any questions and you're watching on Twitter, you can type them under here, or I've never done this on Twitter before, so let me see. Oh, I guess there's a chat. There's an actual chat in here, so I'll keep it open if you have any questions. Are there any differences or rules that you make when going from eval to funded? Very great question. Technically, yes. Great question, actually. Really, really a solid question, because the short answer is, let me take this away. The evaluation stage right here and the funded stage. In here, there is a monthly subscription. There is our monthly subscription, right? That's the biggest factor, subscription. And here, there is no monthly subscription. Okay. That time factor changes in here. So in reality, you would actually slow down just in general. And I'm talking from the perspective of somebody wanting to grow incrementally, right? Gradually, properly, consistently, and while keeping profits, right? That's the whole point of the program in here that I'm running. Like, it's meant to actually grow profits, but also keep them. If you open the PDF, we can open it together right here. It was inspired by the N series of ICT himself, and the goal is to reach 500, right, over a few months, and like every month. Initially, it's going to be like that, but then you will start to grow it more. In all honesty, from what I'm seeing, it is a lower hanging fruit perspective of achieving 500, but I want to show it from the perspective of the opposite side of what we see on Twitter, the opposite side of what we see from everything, right? What we experience. And what that means is that when a lot of people are after the Rolexes, the Lambos and whatnot, it's what attracted a lot of us into trading. Then it becomes this.
Sorry, Raven, are you supposed to share your screen or something here?
Oh, am I not? Oh, okay. I am streaming on Twitter. I just realized it. I'm so sorry. I forgot to do it in here. My bad. Share.
No worries, man. No worries.
Yeah. I just saw a question in Twitter. That's why I'm answering it in there. But the question was just on this, and so on like, are there any different approaches, right, rules that you have for yourself when you're doing funded versus evaluation? And since we have Principal, hey Principal, hi, good morning. And also you better be free over the next over the next coming weeks to meet up, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll set up a day.
Okay. Somebody asked a question right here, and I kind of want to get your approach. I kind of provided somewhat of an answer, but I want to know
Mhm.
your approach to eval versus funded. Do you
Oh, it's the same. It doesn't change.
No. Do you have different rules, different trading ways?
No,
No.
no, I don't.
Okay.
No, because I treat the eval like if it was a funded.
Oh.
Because if I try to, because I have folks that I know that they'll go heavy on the eval and then think they can do the exact same thing with the funded, but the conditions aren't the same.
Yeah. I like that
So
answer a lot.
so one thing I cannot control as a trader are the conditions. But one thing that I can control is my style, my approach, right? So it does not change.
I like that answer. And I actually fully agree with that answer. It goes back to what I was saying earlier when talking about Apex. If you guys heard that, Apex and similar companies have a very cheap entry fee, right? And when you do that, easy come, easy go, right? You don't take it as seriously, basically. And I think that's what you want to avoid. What he's saying is aligning with what the easy come, easy go approach is. I still wanted to illustrate the difference in here, that the best part about this is that there is no rush to it, right? Technically. And this is speaking...
None at all.
Exactly, right? There is no monthly subscription. It means that you have access to that artificial capital, right? When we say artificial capital, we mean that you literally have about 2,500 artificial under, right? That is not real capital. What the heck did I just do? Right? And then from there, let's call this artificial for now, gray. Any dollar you make lifts up that a little bit. So let's just say that out of $2,500 of capital, you generated about $500 worth of profits, right? That's real money generated from this. And as this moves up, as you grow more capital, this thing starts climbing up with you in a good way, right? So that way it's actually I'm trying to visualize it, but I guess I can't do it. But anyway, at some point all of this is going to be green, right? To where now you're actually sitting on your own profits. There is no more artificial balance sitting. This is all real money that you have access to drawdown of, right? Buying power as an alternative to people who are used to options. And so the idea is that you're going to grow maybe 5,000, and that means you have real capital, 5,000 sitting of available buying power or drawdown, basically. So that's the whole point of it. And so there is no rush to do it because there is no fee whatsoever afterwards. But I wanted to highlight the monthly subscription because to some people, maybe they don't want to keep paying the account for over 6 months, right? And obviously, Principal's answer comes from more experience, right? For a lot of us, we can fund an account within 1 month, in my opinion. When you have the skill set, I think it's doable to achieve it in 1 month, being realistic. But in addition to that, just to add more room, you never should try to rush it. Trust me, you don't want to rush it. I've done it stupidly many times before. It's how I learned a lot of my expensive lessons, but a realistic goal is somewhere between 2 to 3 months, and that answer will depend on the psychology of the individual and so on. But the best part about it, what I wanted to illustrate, is that there is no fee afterwards, so there is no rush. And so if you don't, like, if you've heard of this saying, right, easy come, easy go, you'll know why it's far more sustainable to actually grow properly, incrementally, gradually, right? And replicate the same results in the funded stage, especially because there is no time factor. Now that's one main approach that would be almost like a one-size-fits-all, a general blanket that will cover most people, right? But when I'm talking about that, there are people that maybe want to trade more aggressively, right? That have higher risk tolerance, that have more disposable income that want to utilize these accounts for extra leverage. My approach on this is, first of all, you don't mix and match, right? You're supposed to have separate accounts. You can have multiple accounts. It's not just the one account. And you can use one to navigate on a daily basis. And it doesn't have to be every day. But you can also have another account that's funded that you can navigate price on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. And one quick example of this is like a trade that I took back in July. And this is wild. There's like 40 people here. Please feel free to ask questions in the chat. You can literally drop your questions. I'm answering them here. So I took a trade in July utilizing that approach to where I am specifically choosing one account only out of the few accounts that I have to take a trade. July 11, sorry, 1 second, almost there, cool. I show my actual execution, the time following the rule of the company to wait 2 minutes after, and so on. And on that very specific day, I didn't jump in with 10 micros immediately. I scaled in. You can see them in the executions. I entered around 63 average with 3 micros, and I let them finance the rest of the position lower. And that became a $4,000 trade. I chose a low-hanging fruit target for that. But you can have a separate account, right, to where it's dedicated for some of the A+ days, and I don't like to use the word A+ in trades, quality trades. There are some trades that are going to be visible to you when you have the experience, that they are brighter than the sun. You cannot help not take them, right? It's a clean trade. It's a clean setup. It's a clean chart, and that was one of those days for me, right? On a monthly basis, I think I can find about one of these, right? My first 3 micros that I entered were 2 minutes after that rule, right? And I managed to get in somewhere around 63, 60 average between 3 contracts, and I scaled into up to 10 contracts. If price broke here and it fails to break higher and it wants to go lower, then I'm going to add into it as it breaks more and more. And so my average over 10 contracts became in here, and I come back to the desk to manage the position, to secure profits, to trail down. This is how simple it is to trade futures. You literally just drag down your orders, you move them around the chart. There's no strikes, there's no expiration dates, there's no what small account friendly tickers are there, right? It's straightforward price action, either target or stop loss, that's it. And I'm cornering my profits, right? I'm cornering price to either give me my target or get me out in here, so that way I don't give back if it wants to reverse, for example, right? That was it. And so these opportunities, in my opinion, the way I see them, they happen at least once a month. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to capture them every month, but I have another example for, that was what, July, August, I have this one, 22. I don't think I published it in here. It's in here. I did it through options instead, because now I'm the reason I did it through options was because it was easier to manage when I'm running the stream. I just started the program in August, this incremental program, and so oh, I don't know why this pulled up the same exact date, but that was the actual profit of that day. This was the actual, my exit is here, and price melted even beyond. And I just chose a low-hanging fruit target. I took that trade. This is my favorite model, the next day model that MMXM teaches. I adopted it. I saw T-Trades, right? T-Trades back in 2022 would show entries, right? Entry models. And that's what we did as a mistake. A lot of us did this mistake of just wanting to get entry models, wanting to get entries. just so we can get a trade. And that was one of the probably the worst things that I did for myself. Instead of fully understanding how price moves, right? Not even fully, just having a general sense of how price moves, right? When it fails to break higher, what can it do? Can it actually break lower? Maybe, yeah, right? Instead, I was too focused on entry models, and we would see executions on the 15-second, we would see executions on the 1 minute, and so on, and it became this thing we try to chase, especially with minis, and that was unproductive, completely backwards. But I adopted this model because I saw him talk about it, and I purchased the MMXM course to learn how to even approach this, because that's MMXM's next day model, and it also ties in with the weekly profile by AM Trades. I highly recommend those two approaches to navigate the weekly candle. You're not trying to take the whole weekly range. You're trying to find a clean setup in a week, and so if you can do that, then you get to have the benefit of a kind of like low stress approach to trading, in my opinion, because you're allowing price to develop how you want it to, how it wants to, and then you're trying to approach one trade out of that to see what is a realistic goal for it. If I move forward to August in here, so I know I have some questions tags in here. Give me 1 second, I'll address them, but I kind of want to show you an example of like how I think I posted it on Twitter recently because I was covering. Thank you for the follows, by the way. It's I'm not trying to grow the actual Twitter account. It's to reach out to people, literally. I'm confident. I do it publicly too as well, because I spent so much time learning this expensive lessons, very expensive lessons. But my last trade that I had that was utilizing the same approach was on this day, and my whole risk was under $120, and it generated over almost $4,000 in profits. But the last time I did that before was also during Jackson Hole day 1, risking $150 to almost $2,000. You can see that I realized profit is $400, and it was unrealized profit of like $1,500 and so on. And so it is very doable when you have the skill set, when you actually put in the time to learn and so on. But to be realistic, I said this to Iron Jaw. I hope he's here. I really hope he's here, Iron Jaw. Right? The first trade you made on that NVIDIA day on that
I'm
Wednesday,
here.
Thank you so much. On that Wednesday, remember you caught that crazy, beautiful move, one direction. I can pull up the chart. And it looked like my chart. Like, what's crazy is that I spent so much time, and now it took you a few weeks to kind of get a sense of how to trade in a similar way. And you're not supposed to trade like me. No one's supposed to trade like someone exactly the same way. But what did I tell you on that day? When that result happened, I told you something about expectations. Do you remember what I said or no?
Yeah, I shouldn't expect that. That kind of move with that kind of displacement often, maybe once or twice a month, or maybe once a month. I think it's not going to happen that often, and I shouldn't expect it or maybe force it.
Exactly, and yet now, so setting expectations right, is super important in trading. It's what frames what you want. And for a period of time when I first started learning, I thought, oh my god, I just did this amount of trades. If I can just replicate them, I would have 5,000 by the end of the week or end of the month or whatever. And that was like misleading, obviously, to myself, right? And you don't want to mislead yourself, and so you want to have more realistic expectations, realistic approaches. You can have big goals, big dreams, but you're not supposed to also jump big steps towards them. You're supposed to approach them in a realistic manner. That way you don't trip and fall and you have setbacks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the most current example is, so I'm recording all my trading, so I'm going to go through all my videos this week, my losers, not my wins, but my losers, because I know Nobi's not here today, but one of the videos for New York Open on Friday is where I'm entering just before, I've got a trade on just before New York Open, and it's going to my target, right? And then it gets to 50%, and nobody says to me, "Hey, I'm taking profits. I'm leaving. I'm not going to let this go to New York Open." You know, you extremely I can't remember what she said, but something like, "I'm brave," you know, going to New York Open, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then what happens is I'm sitting there thinking, should I take 50%, just leave it, because I shouldn't expect the whole move
Yeah.
to go to target. And what happens? It goes to 50. They get out. I'm still there. New York opens, and it reverses and takes everything away.
Yep.
You know, so one of the things I've done now is that I'm actually looking at that 50%. I'm looking at, let me not give anything back that I've worked so hard for. So you have to be realistic. You can't really expect that, and I understand what you say about that, because I'm getting that in my back of my mind. Oh, I can I make 500 ticks? Can I make 700 ticks? Yes, I can. Right? Nope. No. Be realistic.
Yeah, and that's literally the whole approach. I'm glad you said that, because like it's through these experiences that you actually get to see them. And this is Ironjaw's YouTube channel. He's posting them publicly, his losses and wins, his trades. He does execute both on TradingView and and his Top Step account, and I think that's too much focus. I'd rather him stay focused on just the one. Like the recording is supposed to be in the background, to where you just click since the beginning of the day, or not even recording. It can be a stream privately to your own YouTube channel, and it's just something that operates in the background. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it. And I wouldn't like. I prefer, if you can, stream it directly and keep the stream private. That way, you're not even consuming disk space on your computer, right?
Okay, yeah, I need you to check with me how to do that, because what I'm finding this week is, because two things, right? Like you rightly say, I'm managing both positions, so I'm treating the paper account and the Top Step as real, right? So I'm managing both positions at the same time, and then hitting record. There are so many trades I've forgotten to record, like the update you asked for. I couldn't find it. I don't know whether I hit record or not, because I'm so mentally focused, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I think it would be much more easier if I could just have like click record, and then I don't have to worry about whether I'm recording or not, because it's just taking too much brain power for me.
Exactly, and especially as you're beginning, you don't want to spread yourself too thin, right? I'm bringing this up for you and everyone listening. When I talk about the recording, I said this earlier in the stream. If you go to the recording, I don't want you to even be paper trading. You're supposed to just mark those lines and study the behavior of price on a lower time frame. That's it, right? You are doing something phenomenal that I've actually hadn't been able to achieve. Not only recording and managing a trade setup on TradingView, but also your Top Step as well, and you're just starting. It's crazy. I don't want you to get overburned or overexhaust yourself, your focus, because if you're trading it with actual risk, then you want to focus on that more than anything. Not even the recording. I don't care about that, right? Like, you shouldn't care about that.
So if I stream, right, privately, how do I edit it? Like in the day's end, is it easy to edit the parts that for the individual trade? How do you get about it?
I'll show you later, but basically,
yeah. YouTube has its own editing.
YouTube has its own editing, but in terms of speeding up, you're gonna have to download that stream down to your computer. But at least, you don't have to run into disk full issues or whatever, right? Like that's something for later. But this is one of the most, this is wild to see. Some of the time you're gonna hear Ironjaw's story, but it is wild, like, to see this progress, right? It took me so much longer. But going back to this, the PDF, the whole point of this, talking about margin requirements, talking about why I even approached this, why we started this program back in August, it's to show the opposite of Rolexes and Lambos and everything, and how easy come easy go is not sustainable versus choosing low hanging fruit, right? Especially as you're learning, trying to grow, you shouldn't be aiming for massive objectives and gains and whatever. I chased this fantasy of the thing that was called the big move, right? Raven, the big move, right? Waiting for the big move, and so on. Lamar, I see your question. I will answer it, I promise you. But you will see messages from me called the big move, right here. Let's see, right here, right? And I became obsessed with that. But in reality, I after the fact, I realized it's greed. I want the big move. And now the big moves kind of come more naturally, right? Because I'm anticipating them. Lamar, I have not forgotten about your question, but I'm trying to build off of on this because this whole program was initiated to use MES and utilizing 5 points to where we're learning with the smallest risk possible, right? $25, 5 points only. We're only risking $25, lunch money. It wouldn't hurt most people, right? If a loss happens, using a $300 account. We had to put it aside because of Japan, Bank of Japan news on August 5th, as the first day we started this, because the the exchanges, the CME group, elevated margin requirements to 5x the amount, right? Instead of 50, now they require 250 per 1 micro. And they did it a few times later that I knew it was going to be unsafe to do a live account that is so small when the margin requirement is 250 and the account size is 300. It doesn't make sense. So instead, I'm using the same inspiration, right, as a template. And now we're adopting it to crude oil, CL, NASDAQ, NQ, and gold, and whatever. It literally applies to anything and everything. And instead, we're just getting 2R, low-hanging fruit, mechanical as possible. But it's the whole point of it is to show the opposite of what sucked me in to trading, seeing Rolexes and Lambos and mansions and penthouses and whatever, right? Like, we want to grow, right? Like, ask yourself, reflect this weekend to yourself, and watch the ICT N series. Please do so. It's only 4 videos. Episode number 2, I think you can watch later. It talks about finances and whatnot, and business ideas and savings and whatever, and taxes. Obviously, consult with your tax advisor. But episode number 1 talks about the psychology of it. It's what really inspired me to do this. And I saw a person, Ryan B, in our group, who struggled a lot, stick to that 5-point mechanical system. And I saw his results almost on a daily basis. Anytime he was available to trade in the market, he showed those in my DMs. I have several hundred screenshots from him, almost on a daily basis. And he was one person that couldn't make sense of price whatsoever. He tried so many different strategies, and when it finally clicked for him, using something mechanical to not even let go, he would navigate price on more difficult days where we want bigger moves, right? He would just be in and out, done. He's done. Now ask yourself, what do you want to do out of trading? Do you want to sit all day in front of the charts, or do you want to take your setup and go, right? Go back to work, go back to school, whatever it is. Like, you have a window of opportunity, and we try to execute in 1 of 2 hours. It ties into Lamar's question about the 4-hour candle. I'll get to that in a second. But I just had to reuse this as a template to adopt to the new market volatility conditions, because ATR just skyrocketed. I'm not going to get into it now. I don't want to go too much into it, but if you look at ATR on a daily chart on NQ and ES, it elevated a lot more. It doubled. But actually, just for kicks, sorry, before I answer Lamar's question, this is why the MES 5 points is no longer on the table as of now, temporarily, because for over 5 years, for about 5 years, 4 years, the average range of ES, right, AS, MES, doesn't matter, has been about 50 points a day. Bank of Japan news, and before that, price was elevating volatility higher to almost double. And this thing measures the back candles of 14 days. Whatever time frame you give it, it's going to measure 14 candles past, right? That's the calculation behind it. But if I use like the past 5 days in price on a daily chart, you get to see that we're sitting at like 58 because we're consolidating on the daily chart for ES and NQ. And we can anticipate more volatility coming typically when there are global conflicts, right? Like what's happening now, elections and so on. So using a $300 account, and when the CME exchange required brokers to elevate the margin requirement in August, they still did it again in September. And I don't want us to tread nowhere near that risk. So instead we're using these funded accounts as a much safer sandbox playground to actually learn and have little to no damage. The worst thing that can happen, it would lose those $80, right? Instead of 300. NASDAQ used to be about 250, and it elevated to almost like the Bank of Japan day moved up 1,200 points. If I compare what kind of volatility is served in the markets right now, just so you can see that the swing point that was created back in July high to August lows, just so you can have an idea of what that looks like. I think it's very important to know this. If we compare this range to 12-month candles, that little range spent about 21 days down. 21 days, less than a month. That range, if I take this and copy it, this was larger than some whole year ranges less than a few years ago. Isn't that crazy? The amount of volatility that we have? And that should tell you that the opportunities of finding setups intraday are far more doable than what people used to trade, right? Back in the day with low volatility, that it would take time and so on. And right now, the whole point is to narrow down your focus with a model that is time-based, where you look for setups between 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And that way you can get your money and get out. I personally don't want to be spending all day every day in the charts. But based on my experience, based on whatever I had to overcome, I really believe in whatever I know to share it publicly in front of people, right? That I hope it actually has an impact to others, right? And I see so many people just lose time, waste time, years sometimes of having no growth. But my test is don't even sign up. Just take whatever instructions I'm giving you, mark up those charts, and just try to see how price responds in a lower time frame. That's your objective, right? And so when you see this, and you see that the average range is 250 points right now, almost back down to the normal, you kind of have an idea of like what to expect in a day. And I was asking this question yesterday. I'm still gonna tag them again because I asked it at night. I asked the question of like, what do you see as an average tick, right, for your profits? And if anyone here is on voice, can you speak up to that? Based on your trades, whether it's paper, funded, live, eval, on a day-to-day basis, and I don't mean every single day, or maybe a week basis, what is your average return or loss in terms of ticks? I'm trying to gauge a video to make to measure what the average risk is, because that's something cool that we have access to in principle.
Yes, sir.
You were gonna say something? You opened your mic. No?
Yes, I did. I opened the mic. I was just waiting for you to finish. Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, for me, my average risk is 5 ticks either way on 3 micros.
Is that MNQ?
Yes, micro NQ.
What? Wait, 5 ticks?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, if it goes against me in 5 ticks, I'm out.
Wow. Obviously,
because I was just saying, just because for me, I don't have a lot of time to look at a chart, so I'm entering. If I enter at a decent spot, I'll look at the chart, wait for 2 to 5 minutes, see where it's at. And then 5 ticks, I'm out, and then I'll re-enter if need to. Won't average down.
Got it. Got it. Okay. That's
But I don't move from the 5-minute time frame though.
So that's your ticks in terms of stop loss. What about profit? What's your average?
Oh no, average profit as far as ticks goes, if we're counting individual ticks, we're looking at anywhere from 30 to 40.
Okay, I like that. Like in terms of ratio, low hanging fruit, the ratio is solid, super solid actually, right? It's really tight. I don't even know how you manage to do so, but and I know your trading system. Like I have a general idea of your trading system. Do I want to go into that rabbit hole? When I have no, right?
No.
For me,
no, you don't. But no, it wouldn't work for everyone because I scalp a lot.
Yeah, and so it's like a chef, right? We're two chefs. I have my dish and my signature dish, and you have your own signature dish. Would you want to change your dish, right? At this point in time, not yet, but I've observed you. Like I have a general idea of how that works, why it works, and what candles you take, exotic candles. I'm like. Yeah, it's just
I know my style is not for everyone.
Yeah, it's amazing how you're able to do it, obviously. So that's the idea that I want to know. Slade maybe can comment on this. Anyone else, right? Like taking Iron Jaw. From my own brief kind of observation, I see a lot of charts right here that have about 200 ticks of profit, right? I think 200 in a day is something that is achievable, even on 100
Absolutely.
separately, right? And that shows you how much opportunity there is when you factor in the whole daily candles range, right? And you're not supposed to trade every day. You're not supposed to, in all honesty. But when a day has about 1,000 ticks, if you can capture 10% of it, 100, right? Less than 10% of it, then you're aiming for something low-hanging fruit. It goes back to the same point in here. When you're learning, you want to develop in a sustainable way, consistent way. And in addition to this, you want to have your risk measures, right? Something that I wish was a feature available in options, but unfortunately it's not available in options. In your personal account, when you consider opening a personal live account, which I suggest should be done later, not earlier. You wanna add these settings to protect yourself. This is your backup. This is you coming to the day, and we've all experienced this, to where we come to the market willing to risk X amount of money, but then unwillingly we lose more. This is that backup that triggers and cuts you off, right? There's so many different more risk measures available with a personal account, but the fact that MyFunded Futures and TopStep have these settings now available to us, it's less than these features in a personal, but it's still phenomenal to have, because you want to make profit but also keep profits, right? And the first two deal with fear, the bottom two deal with greed, right? The first two prevent you from revenge trading when you lose, and you may have intended to only lose $100 in a day, but you have a day loss limit set at 150. It stops you out. It's meant to stop you out, right? Because we're human, it's normal. We're not robots, and we're not meant to be robots. So having something mechanical that cuts you off, right? I wish that was the case in options. I paid for a $5,000 homemade coffee because I had an option that went against me, right? And I couldn't put a stop loss on it, like through Robinhood. Like it was just starting to develop. I wanted it to be kind of break even, and I just stepped away for 2 minutes, came back, it sunk significantly, and then I watched it burn from 2,000 to 3,000 to 4,000, 5,000. It was stupid. I wish these settings were available in options, but unfortunately, no. So where are they at in futures? Can I utilize them? Yes. So with that being said, that's where I'm trying to gauge on what could be a safe average for most people to approach a kind of like consistent, not even slow, gradual approach to learning, right? And growing consistently, sustainably, because you're supposed to keep profits. The bottom two deal with greed, so overtrading, you stop yourself out from overtrading, from giving back profits. And so when we do this, we're actually keeping money. And I asked this a few times in the group, and I said, are you seeing that you're keeping your profits more than ever before? And the general answer was yes. We're actually, not only did we shift from minis, because a lot of us have done this with minis, and minis are not sustainable. Principal just answered that question saying micros. The moment we all switch to micros, especially knowing volatility is much higher, then we're not over leveraging. We're approaching this with sustainable ways to where we can take a setup. You can literally view any of my trades on YouTube, on Twitter, and just calculate what the P&L would be on a micro through that, right? I think that achieving $100 when you have, like, I'm not saying it, I'm not gonna say that you're gonna be able to do it in 2 weeks, but maybe in 1 month. Achieving $50 a day is a realistic approach, especially when you have these risk measures on, and if you're following the idea of taking low leverage, 1 micro, 2 micros, right? That's it. And the idea is that you want to build that consistency to actually build positive habits, like I'm saying in the PDF. A lot of us, right, typically have bad habits, and sometimes we just want to eliminate them. One way of doing it is by building positive habits and to suppress the other ones, right? And you look forward to it. And one of the reasons I did this was the ICT-N series talks about using the money in a positive way, productive way, to actually supplement your income. You're supposed to have a job. You're not supposed to be trading without a job. It's backwards, to be completely honest. You fail like miserably. It hurts so bad, generally, for most people, especially when you need the money. But if you have income and you use trading as supplement, imagine what you can do when you have 500 a month, just a little extra over a whole month. I'm not talking a day. I'm talking a whole month. Achieving 500 a month, in my opinion, is realistic. And imagine what you can do with that money when it's protected, right? When it's actually protected by these measures that are available to us. And if you're trading a live account, there's even more risk measures that protect you. You don't over leverage by opening more than 1 contract by accident, or 2 contracts, whatever you set for yourself. You don't accidentally open a different heavier instrument, right? A more volatile instrument. You can restrict the products that you're trying to focus on. And so the objective can start from 500 a month that you can use for your grocery bill, your car bill, your light bill. And it doesn't have to be 500 for the first month. It can be 100 over a whole month. And that would be your first month, maybe, that you can actually use to pay a light bill, to pay a gas bill, to pay dinner with. And that positive experience is going to be something you look forward to in forward days, right? Forward weeks, to where you're now going to build up to 500, to 1,000, and so on, right? Sustainably, consistently, incrementally, gradually. And so that's my approach to this. That's why this thing technically did change in terms of a template. Sorry, it did change in terms of an approach, but I kept the main template to adjust it to different tickers, because we're supposed to be dynamic, right? We're not going to stick forever to MES. We can use it on CL. We can use it on gold, on NASDAQ. And so even though it seems like I pushed this aside, I'm going to wait for volatility to cool down to come back to this, but I still try to study these trades at least a few times a week, the 5.1, because they're the lowest hanging fruit trades available. I'm going to go back to the stream because I realized the chat. What happened to that question? Did it go away? No. Hang on. Interesting. Loading. I guess it went away. Joey's question went away, surprisingly. Interesting. I don't see it. Can anyone type a question in here or like a comment. I just want to see if I'm able to see messages in here because I do want to answer questions on Twitter as well. So if you can type something, I just want to make sure it's not a glitch or something. But in here, Lamar asked a question, which I think is super important. It ties into the PDF because we have specific times of operation right here. So Lamar, making sure that he's here. Going to the chat. I know you answered this a million times, but what is the significance of the 4-hour time frame, and how do you play it in alignment at times like 6 a.m., 10 a.m., and 2 p.m.? That is a great question. Thank you so much, Joey. Hang on, I just saw a comment. Hang on. Thank you, Joey. Did I answer your question? And yeah, I think I did answer your question. There's more to it, but as a general sense, Joey, just to make sure that I address it, you can choose that path, but if you choose the more aggressive approach, maybe you have disposable income, you can be a little bit more aggressive with a different account, separate account. You're not supposed to mix models, right? Mix different trading position sizing in the same account. You can navigate on a day-to-day basis with one account, but then you preserve a couple accounts for potential cleaner, bigger moves that are based on the weekly profile and so on. But that's more specialized for people that have disposable income that want to grow a little bit more aggressively, but I don't recommend it. Like in the very beginning, the general blanket that would be like a one-size-fits-all is what Principal answered earlier, right? There is no rush after being funded, so generating $100, $150, $200 a day, or even $50 a day, is something that you should kind of implement in the beginning as a supplement to your income, and then you build off on it to grow gradually to where you're making 500 a month, 1,000 a month, and so on. And you want to use that money in real life, take it out and use that money to build that positive link to where you're using profits from trading into your life that translate to you know, like that's how he answers it, or like how ICT in the N series talks about it. Use that money, right, to supplement. Lamar asked that question. Ironjaw trades the 6 a.m. candle because he's in London, so he has access to waking up earlier, right? And the whole idea, and I actually have this right here. Let's go to trading view. I normally delete all my drawings immediately. So to make sure that I don't delete this, I called it art piece. It's not an art piece, it's just a joke so that I remember to catch myself not to delete these set of drawings that I made. And what they are is just a representation of how the futures daily candle is broken down into. That's it. So we take this aside, we expand this a little bit up, right? I was asked to watermark it, so that way I guess, I don't know, but whatever. So I you know what, I think it's stupid, it's confusing, I forget it. So because I had an image of it posted, and then I got messages from people saying I would watermark it because the people would just, you know, take it, repost it without credit and whatnot. But I did all these boxes and I aligned them with a timestamp specifically. And so the whole idea is that in a whole trading futures day, there are 23 hours in a session, right? And I'm breaking down the kill zones of futures markets, not Forex markets. They are separate. And when we say kill zones in ICT, we just mean that those are specific time windows where it's more beneficial to take trades off of because there are more participants in the market, more volatility, more volume is injected. You don't want to be trading in low volume environments. You don't want to be trading next March's contract because there's low volume on it. And I don't trade volume. I don't have volume on my charts. I don't trade vertical volume. I can use the volume shelf for like option longer date swings, but I'm trying to illustrate the difference in terms of actual activity, open interest, and so on. And so Asia in ICT school of thought is just a range. Literally, this is the ICT kill zone, so this would be the actual blue color in here. In using the TFO indicator, this would be the red zone, the ideal time of operation. If you're going to take a trade in Asia, you can actually take it. Ideally, you let prices develop a little bit. And that would be purple, according to the kill zone indicator that TFO made, right? Super solid one. But Asia, right, starts from here, and you have to include New Zealand, Sydney Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and so on. But when 8 p.m. Eastern hits, you have more volatility come in because now you have the Shanghai Stock Exchange and other countries in Asia that add more volume to trading, just in general. Their markets are trading, and they sometimes have more activity in the Asia range at that time, starting at that time, in this time window. London, when we say London, it's weird that we're referring to Asia as a whole and then London as a city, but it's the last exchange that opens in that time zone from a world map perspective. There's an actual cool website, world market map times. This one here, right? There's different websites, but like this kind of gives you an idea. And so London Stock Exchange is the last one that opens, but Frankfurt opens before that. Russia's Johannesburg opens before. And so we factor in the highest amount of activity in a kill zone, right? The Dubai one right here is in this time zone. So Asia comes in first, London activity, and then New York, right? Including Toronto. And so as Johannesburg and Frankfurt and Russia stock exchanges open, London being the last one typically offers more volatility at 2 a.m. right, Eastern time. New York, right, if we slice the day into two sections, there's two 12-hour candles. One opens at 6 p.m. and closes at 6 a.m. and the next candle opens, I have this wrong, H12 right here, this is wrong. This is supposed to be 6. Forget that, I won't fix it now, but because I have it locked. But I still have to fix something in here. This is actually like the whole reason I didn't fully publish it is because there's an error in here, I think. 932. Okay. But think of like New York AM, 6 a.m. in the morning. That's like the second half of the day. That's a 12-hour candle. Moving forward, you have the PM session. These are the most ideal times between 8:30 a.m. until 11 a.m. Eastern is ICT's kill zone. He calls it a kill zone, and it's the most effective time to look for setups. There's a lot of data that backs up why this is the highest range that price expands on, up or down. You can search for that evidence on your own, but I'll show you some examples behind it and why it's the most effective time. But I do what I do. I teach everything that I do during those hours in real time at those times, right? Like that's my workshop, right? That's my objective, to show things in real time, so that way you can still apply the same concepts in London. We have a few members that trade the London session. I trade them sometimes. And there are people that are not available all day, but they can trade the Asia range. And there are different Asia range models that you can trade off of. Obviously, you're going to have lower volatility and slower price action and smaller ranges, but you can still find setups in that. But my objective is to walk through price action in real time on a daily basis, and navigate price, basically narrate price, what I see, real-time decisions, no hindsight, no rewind, right? That's what I do. Like, people who are in the group can actually like verify it, but you can ask any of them. But the whole idea is that it's to show how to read price in real time. That way you know how to make decisions in the moment, right? It's very different when you learn something and then when it's application time, you don't know how to do it on your own. I'm guiding you with that, right, on a daily basis. And so I do this during these sessions as much as possible, literally every day. I try to now make this one the most one I focus on. And this one I try to sometimes teach if I see that price delivered to an objective already for the day, then there's less reason for price to go anywhere as much. It can chop around and stay stuck in the PM session. So I try to like answer questions and teach. But tying it to Lamar's question right here, what is the significance of the time alignment, right? 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., right? If we look at those times, 6 a.m., 10 a.m., 2 p.m. Eastern, as well as London, 2 a.m. When midnight, from midnight, London, since I'm up late, he was asking last year, right? Is it beneficial for me to trade London hours, right? I never traded Asia this year. I used to trade Asia all day. I actually got almost carpal tunnel just sitting with my mouse all day, every day, trying to trade every hour. I kid you not, because futures hours are open, so why not trade? And I traded Asia stupidly, unnecessarily, that I realized, hey, I'm gonna buy my own peace of mind. I'm going to avoid Asia. It's not a bad thing. It's just that it doesn't fit my lifestyle. I'm done with it. But some people that are busier may choose to trade that session. It's a different approach to it, or like it's a specific range to it that you know you're not going to capture similar size moves as what you would get during New York session. So last year he was asking about this back in November, and now literally he was asking me last year, right? Since I'm up late, would it be beneficial for me to trade London? I explained to him about that and so on, but now August 28th, just watching London session, which is the time when I make the most money. So Lamar's question, in addition to that, you also have the 2 a.m. candle. And the whole point of it is that usually with every 2 a.m. candle, there's more volatility introduced in the market, just in general. The reason I say this is that usually in London, not every time, as soon as like the 2 a.m. candle comes in, the 4-hour candle comes in, you're gonna have like injection of volatility, crazy. But it's because also in New York, using the Forex Factory, the economic calendar, the latest news that comes in to affect the indices, that affects the indices, comes in at 10 a.m. And that opens a new 4-hour candle right here, right? And so, knowing that this is the best range to look for setups, just in general, New York AM session, and when it aligns with news, you get to kind of identify, does the news want to continue price or reverse price? That's it. And because it opens a 4-hour candle, and ICT's ICT's silver bullet says the time of operation is between 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.
You want some chicken and potatoes and a salad.
So, sorry, Nini, I muted you. Your mic opened by mistake, but basically, the idea is that using the Forex Factory economic calendar website, if we go up in here, you can save this as a bookmark. you can also adjust the time. What Ironjaw is saying, you can actually change the time to Eastern, to where it always saves that settings. That way you don't get confused about what time is it referencing. I have it set to New York session, so to New York time zone, and I'm highlighting only the US dollar news because I want to see what affects the US markets, and I want to focus on higher impact news drivers, not the gray yellow folder. I want to focus on orange and red folder. I wish there was a separate color for Powell. He would be a black folder, right? Separate from like unemployment claims and so on. But the 10 a.m. candle is typically the last time news is released at market open. Most days of the year, the last news that comes in is 10 a.m. You have Beige Book and FOMC and bonds that happen later in the second half of the day, but in the morning side, where we know statistically using data that the New York AM session actually expands the daily candle, there's evidence that the daily candle makes its largest moves during New York AM session. And if that's the time window, then there are more opportunities to find setups that line up with the 10 a.m. open, which opens a new 4-hour candle plus a new hour plus a 30-minute. And I'm going to use Ironjaw's video as an example right here. The time of his trade is at 9:39 a.m. and luckily in this time, I mean, it was actually going his direction beforehand, but some of these are 30-minute candles, 1-hour candles, 4-hour candles, and probably even this is a daily open as well, and I don't know where the 12-hour candle opens, right? And that's the midnight candle, and that's the weekly candle. You want to be on side, right? You're not going to try to catch every single move. You're not going to try to catch every single surf wave, right? Surfers wait for the best opportunities, right? Surfers, I don't want to go too much into it, but like even fishing, you don't want to go fishing in muddy waters. You don't want to go fishing in mixed waters, right? You want to wait for things to clear up. You don't want to go into a storm. So when we're talking about that, then you're trying to find alignment in time-based levels to give you a setup that you can frame and predefine risk on to capture that wave, right? To fish for something, right? Fishermen are not fishing all day, and they're not coming into like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., right? They have certain times of operation. This is you choosing to do so. And when you do so, you're aligning yourself with the 4-hour candle open plus a new 1-hour candle, a new 30-minute. Maybe a setup is there. Maybe it reverses price. And if it does, you get to see time-based levels align in the opposite way. Downside or upside, doesn't matter. So 6 a.m. candle, same thing. It offers that. It offers a new 4-hour candle plus technically a new 12-hour because there are only two 12 hours in a day. So yesterday's example is super important because it actually was related to the 4-hour candle that somebody was asking yesterday, because it was a 6 a.m. candle. And we're going to see how that translated because you're going to see the replay feature comparing it with my video that I was streaming. And then 2 a.m. London also has that same principle, same feature. 4-hour candle opens a new hourly. If you can find a low-hanging fruit setup, you take it. You want to leave runners, it's up to you, right? But at least you're waiting for time to align levels to where the market is moving in one direction and you want to ride that little wave, and that's it. So I hope that kind of answered the question. Now we're going to see some examples on this, right? Let me see. Do I have any examples on Twitter myself? Because I have them a lot in my, here, let me show you Raven 2.0. right? I don't have him with this. Hang on a second. Raven has image, and now I have more charts because like right here. That was like a CL trade, right? We waited for news. CL based on this news right here. Crude oil is the only anomaly that you'll see on a weekly basis, I think, where it comes in at 10:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. But everything else in terms of indices, it's 10 a.m. That's the best part. It literally filters out so much out of it, and so going into this, you get to see trade setups to where you define your risk. You use a protected high where you believe that price failed to break higher and then starts breaking lower to enter, and if it aligns with the weekly candle, and in this trade the weekly open for on this day, September 25, the weekly open was still much higher, right? Oh, sorry. Actually, that's the weekly open right here. The monthly open was higher. The weekly open is right here. So the weekly is red based on this level. That's the weekly candle right here. And I think that's the daily candle. Yeah, that is the daily candle. On this day, London or overnight price action dropped price even lower. So the daily is red, the weekly is red, and so now you get to have the 4 hour. I was trying to find a trade where it can easily flip the 4 hour candle, and if it does so, then it means that also the hourly, before price melted even lower than here, there was an hour right here that melted lower, and I was trading in alignment with time, like a surfer. You're trying to catch that wave, right? My executions I posted on Twitter, my exit, and let's see more examples. I just don't remember by dates right now off the top of my head, but let's see. I have so many images that it's hard to track right now because I'm like more focused. It used to happen, like I used to have more examples before we started the program itself, because now it's a lot of it is in the recordings, but this is another example, September 25, right? And that candle, that trade happened outside of that 4 hour candle open, obviously. Oh, that's the same one, that's the same oil one, that's why. The same oil one because it's at 10:30, following the news of it. Here's a great example of price. Let me see. Showing you like alignment in trades and how the daily candle using 6 p.m. open, the daily candle or a candle using midnight open, and how the monthly is green, the weekly is green, weekly open, right? Everything is green. You're supposed to be looking for upside setups in here. Wait for manipulation, wait for price to fail to break one side to continue the trend. And manipulation doesn't have to be the word manipulation. It can be like profit taking, whatever. You can wait for profit taking to fail to break, buyers step in to push it up, and so on. And you get to see price give you setups that fail to break lower to take it back higher, aligning with how the actual trend is going, along with the opens, right? Somebody asked a question yesterday: how many time frames minimum do you need to take trades off of? He didn't ask me. He asked Adex or Abby, and Rose answered like maybe 4 or 6 time frames. What is this? Cool. Oh, that's a cool one. We covered this lesson before on how we're supposed to build up gradually, right? Not be like addicted like I was with minis, where we just jump in and then whatnot. This is unsustainable, just like AMC stock, just like whatever, right? Nothing, not any stock is meant to just stay up like this forever, right? Just in general, there's always fair value offered, but in terms of approach to goals and whatnot, I should save these. Hang on a second. Copy message link. I'll post it in here to get back to it later. Let me see more examples. Right, does this look like a bullish 1 hour candle? That's a wick right there, right? New sync and time levels in this last hour syncs everything lower down, and now you're and I'm highlighting now. This is one of those examples I have for my I had it open for like my swings by accident. That's why there's so many of them. On a daily basis, I'm not looking at the 3 month and the 1 month and so on, right? on a daily basis, I'm looking at like nearby time frames. But this is how I approach my swings. What am I in alignment with? My swings, investments, and so on. But I wish I should have some execution videos on YouTube and Twitter. Let me see. It's just it's gonna be easier to find. View your channel. Videos. See some right here. July 24th. I'm trying to find ones with these candles, and the time of execution right here is at 2 p.m. 2:37 p.m. So right now it's 2:37, meaning that a new 30-minute candle opened to manipulate higher, and it's in conflict right now, little retracement, because not every candle just opens and it just goes, right? Every candle, most candles have manipulation wicks, right? Opposite sides, where it buyers and sellers, right, fail to break one side or the other, and so they get left behind as wicks. So the opposite side is typically the distribution cycle of it. But at 2:37 p.m., I have a new 4-hour candle that opened and a new hourly that opened. The guide is up in here. You can see that. M30 up in here. I'm gonna open this bigger. M30, H1, H4, daily, midnight, and weekly. So if the weekly is down, the midnight candle also, right, from midnight price was just selling. The daily candle is down, and I have the 4-hour candle opening in here, as well as the 1-hour candle, and it's at 2:37, meaning a new 30-minute candle just opened up. I can wait for it, right, to align itself, or give it some room, or wait for it to finish its wick, right, its retracement. And now I'm taking a trade in alignment with a lot of time-based levels, right? And this was a 5-point ES trade, right? Using that approach of incremental program, just to show that it is doable. And that was like back in July before the volatility kicked in. I was doing this openly just to show people how it's doable. In that N series, ICT says you want to take setups that follow the weekly candle expansion, and you want to be synchronized. This is time being synchronized, or time-based levels being synchronized to deliver in one way. I don't want to be fighting time-based levels in conflict when especially the larger time frames are, the 4-hour can be green, the 1-hour can be red, but the 30-minute is green, and so on, right? It's not as beneficial. And so that's primarily why I take those setups. Let me try to find another one right here. H4, I sometimes I might just mark them with a line. I don't have to have this, but this is like a visual for you guys. I have them already as indicators, or levels just marked up. I know where the 4-hour candle opened, but this is a great visual to see in a recording for everyone to see the benefit of why it is helpful to have that on your side, right? At least in the beginning, maybe you're training yourself to practice and so on. You get to take those setups, and I don't recommend even paper trading as a beginner. Just put on a risk tool. Just throw this on and see how price moves in what you think the bias is, the direction is. That's it. So another example, let's see. I have plenty if you guys want to see it. LR, right? Price is up, green. Fine. I'm gonna leave it to do its thing. Wait for it. Oh, this is a gorgeous example. Am I forcing price to melt lower? No. You can always slow down my videos on Twitter and YouTube. I just do them so that way it's digestible for some people. Obviously, more people are like scrolling quickly. So to save time and to make the videos lighter to upload, I just do them in something that's not too fast, but also not too slow. And then you can always adjust the speed for yourself. But I am not forcing price to sell lower. I can't put on a short just forcing it like that, right? Wow, this thing is super slow now. I'm actually going to keep it slow for a little bit until it picks up, But you notice how the weekly candle is red? The 10 a.m. candle is, sorry, the weekly open, the weekly candle is green, right? The 10 a.m. candle also green. Price is distributing upside, and it's at 2 p.m. See that time? Lamar, 2 p.m. Let me make sure Lamar is still here. Live trading, Lamar. Okay, so 2 p.m. will reset time-based levels to synchronize time to where I can find a setup that aligns with how those candles distribute. That's it. And so using the larger time frame setup, I'm on the 5 minute. I'm not just using that. I have an analysis. I'm looking at price, you know, retracing from a displacement up in here. Do I want to take a trade? Am I guaranteed to take a trade that takes price from here all the way down to the low? No. But can I frame a trade back down to discount, back down to something realistic? Possibly, yeah. No guarantees. You have no control over the market. The only thing you have control over is how much risk you give it. You give it a lot and you get KO'd, right? You give it little, it doesn't hurt you mentally, right? You don't get PTSD, you don't get fear, you don't get revenge, all that stuff. So at 2 p.m., right, price opened right here at 10 a.m., you know, moved up and so on. What is that? Yeah, price opened at 10 a.m. candle right here. So everything is green. The past 4 hour candle is actually green. Again, the reference points are here. M30, H1. Can I do higher quality in here? Yeah. Right. M30, H1, H4, daily and weekly, right? Or sorry, daily using midnight, my bad. Daily using midnight. So daily using midnight up. Daily candle up. 4 hour candle, the previous 4 hour candle that opened at 10 a.m. up. And then you have hourly and 30 minute. Watch price and how it behaves. Just study it. Please do not take trades, especially with real risk, just based off of whatever you're seeing in here. This is meant for you to study, just like how ICT has videos. It's meant for you to study. This is not financial advice, obviously, but it's observations in price that you can actually watch charts. I was stupid. I did the stupid thing on YouTube where I would watch EMA crossover strategies, VWAP strategies. Okay, I think I got it. I saw enough, you know, examples. I'm gonna go the next day and put my money in there. I'm gonna go next week and make money off of this. It was stupid in every which way, right? You're supposed to study. You're supposed to back test and then forward test. Back testing is when you go back historically to price action that has been printed before. Forward testing is for testing price in real time with no risk. And if you see development in how you're actually learning and applying that knowledge that you just acquired, then you can choose. At some point, it's your own risk. You're going to define that. You're going to set that. No one's going to tell you you're ready. You're going to determine that. It's the individual's responsibility to determine that. But anyway, 4 hour candles. Observe how price just now opens. And now you have a 4 hour, 1 hour, and 30 minute candle lining up in one way. Up or down, I don't care. I don't care which way it goes. But I prefer the downside because price left inefficiency and low resistance, LR. Wait for it. It hasn't broken anything yet. It's still determining its path, right? Now I can choose to like this and define my risk and put it on, right? I can use the last high to say, okay. And I didn't realize because this was a public stream. In my public stream, sometimes I literally, public as in YouTube and Twitter. Because I do have my stream showing members my trades in real time all day. Like you'll see some examples. When I record them locally on my computer, they show the actual entry itself. On the YouTube stream, I sometimes don't have it on. I try to keep it as clean as possible, but also to keep it fair for paying members, they don't get to see the entry itself and so on. But this was from the YouTube stream itself. But anyway, the trade is on. I'm choosing risk predefined in here. To trim some in here and then see if I can leave runners. And you can see that a new 30-minute candle opened and also was in line with the shorter intraday time frames, the hourly and the 4-hour. That's why it's beneficial for me to capture, and I love these moves. My signature, my style of trading is low resistance. ICT said it back in September in his weekend stream. He said, I want you to be a low resistance trader. You want to choose the path of least resistance. You don't want to be trading high resistance, right? And aim for low hanging fruit. I'm not capturing the full bottom of the day and so on, right? Like I said, I'm not going to try to aim for this low. I'm going to aim for something low hanging fruit right here, hourly. Over time, like you'll see how feasible this is to do when you put in the work behind it, basically. And my job is to just to show you, literally just decrease the path. All the thorns and all the winding roads that I took in my journey, I'm doing it in a much, I guess, linear way for people to see it in a shorter manner, like in terms of time, right? It shouldn't take you 2 years. On average, it's about 3 months. Like, that's what's crazy about it. Objective delivered, right? There's many examples on my channel. Some of them don't have those candles on the side, but I get to call fake support before it, as price is climbing up, right? You get to see it right here. I'm taking a long into this beforehand, but then objective met. I'm calling fake support in here. I do get stopped out, right? Because price is still breaking higher, but only wicking. So I put on a position, and this to me is called fake support, something I recognize a lot, low resistance, because typically sellers will try to kick out buyers in here, right? Or try to force price to kind of like clear up the orders, right? The market will try to clear out orders, and there's still some resting in here that price didn't drill to. It's the whole premise of ICT liquidity. I don't read Bookmap, I don't do anything except for just highs and lows, but the main objective is that I want to see price now. Since I finished my long, I want to see price come down to, oh, I have it very, very slow, I just realized, right? I want to see it drop to that level and just be done. Like, that's low hanging fruit. It melts beyond it, but I'm choosing something realistic. It wicks me out, I think, right here one more time. But I truly believe in that, and I jump back in with limited risk because it just wicked out this candle right here. So I'm now trimming it, trying to get this. Longs after this can actually happen. I'm not saying just to long it blindly, but you can look for setups after that happened. I'm calling it fake support. I'm trying to wait for it to start distributing, and I don't have time in my favor. Maybe it just opened the 4-hour candle. That's why. I'm in Pacific time zone. It's 11 a.m. for me is a 2 p.m. candle. So now that the 4-hour candle opened, now you have time synchronized, because right here I was battling conflict, right? A 30-minute candle is down, but a 1-hour candle is up, a 4-hour candle is up. And notice when price, like picks up the time, the trade was initiated in here. I can't just immediately anticipate that it's going to flip the 4-hour immediately, right? I could have waited for a break, but I'm showing you that I'm also identifying it even before it breaks. That's why I typed out fake support earlier in here as it was going up, but it didn't really break down. And I wish I had those candles on my side to show this. because after 11 a.m., 2 p.m. Eastern, you got the new 4-hour candle. Somebody has a hot mic. I don't know who it is, but okay, we're good. I think we're good. So, price at after 11 a.m. my time, 2 p.m. Eastern, starts being synchronized in one way for all the candles, the hourly, the 4-hour, right? And now starts distributing basically to what I called earlier as fake support. Somebody has a hot mic. Somebody. I don't know who it is. Is it Angie? Yeah, Angie has a hot mic. I'm gonna mute if you don't mind. You can tell me later. I'll unmute, but for now, I'm gonna just server mute quickly. So now that the 4-hour candle is synchronized, 11 a.m. Pacific or 2 p.m. Eastern. Now price distributes, accumulation, manipulation, distribution cycle under ICT school of thought, and I get my objective. And that was what, February, early this year? I try to show this because it's kind of what I said also on Twitter last night. This setup that happened post NFP, right? Marking up hourly highs and lows, and that's what you want, right? Like before you even consider joining any group, before anything, I'm giving you something that takes nothing, right? No money value from you, but just mark up highs and lows on the hourly and 15-minute. Red ones on the hourly, blue ones on the 15-minute, and see where price fails to break, and see where it can go the opposite side. This was streaming for the members, but I had entered this position. It seems like there's no stop loss. If we move forward, you get to see it. Like zoom out a little bit, and the stop loss was placed beforehand, right? Predefined risk at 6:09 a.m. my time Pacific. These reflect my time, 6:09, not the chart time. So at 6:09 my time, you get to see the actual plan beforehand, and so I can't force it to go all the way there, but I should be trimming in here. I wasn't focused on this trade specifically because a lot of you guys were in other trades. I was just answering questions and whatnot. I anticipated, I gave it enough room. This is a larger framework type of setup to anticipate these highs being run over and using that high as my stop loss. Protected high, not protected highs, and then potentially going lower. We didn't get the full objective. We got the 12-hour candle open, Lamar. Right here, see that 12-hour candle? That opened at 6 a.m. yesterday. Candles typically have wicks. When they distribute lower, they wick higher to go lower, right? And when they go higher, typically they wick lower to go higher. If they don't, typically price likes to target them at some point. Maybe it's an order type of thing. I don't know. Who knows? We're not supposed to have full answers to the market, right? But that's a 12-hour candle shrinking, and that's your 4-hour candle right here. Price now takes out the actual previous 4-hour candle, or also the 12-hour candle low. That candle just opened up with NFP news and just pushed up. 6 a.m. open, 2 hours later, it just pushes up. Little to no wicks or manipulation. Call for a potential downside setup. And as long as you define your risk, that's where the actual 6 a.m. candle open, price takes it and then starts trailing back up afterwards. This was yesterday. And I think that's it. Yeah, I cut it in there. But I show my trades, and anyone can speak on this. If you can speak on voice, great, but if you can't, you can type it out. I show my trades in my live streams with invalidations, stop losses, and executions. It's misleading to show trades without predefined risk and no stop losses and nor invalidation. It shows accountability and risk management, and I think I saved a few videos. Like, you will see some people just stream positions without stop losses right? And show that it just went to their objective. And it's like, yeah, but how did you even frame that trade? Where was the stop loss behind it? If I go down to the previous day, actually it was Thursday, right? In here, in Futures Charts channel, I will look at these videos, I'll be ready for the next class. Perfect. Okay, so if we go back up in here, right, I show the executions. I will not reset the account without walking everyone through all the executions. The idea of resetting the paper account, I can keep it. It can grow to 1 million. What's the point of that, right? It's to show that you can repeat it and show that you're supposed to be withdrawing money to where you're not just sitting on a ton of profit. You made 10K, 20K, 50K, and you're just going aggressive with it, right? Because now you're sitting on profits. You want to build positive habits by taking some risk off, some money off to actually enjoy in life, whether it helps you pay your bill or you use it for vacation, for dinner, whatever. And so in here, this was a trade setup that I framed using a potential right here. Where did I post it? Did I make a video out of it? Yeah, I did. Here. To show that setup. Still forming, still predefined risk, right? Ahead of time. New hour. Now that hour has the potential to flip the 4-hour candles, like Lamar's question. I hide them because it's a little too busy, but all I was waiting for was a new hour candle. Look at the time right here at the top right corner. 8:53 Pacific is 11:53 Eastern. And so it's 8 more minutes and it's going to open a new hour where it has the potential to open, sorry, to flip this candle red, this 4-hour candle red. And that's why I choose those time windows of operation. New hour opening soon. New hour opens and now has the ability to flip the 4-hour candle red as well. We wait for a whole new hour, I think, and then starts going in our direction. You can see now the time frames are red. Highlighting explaining to members the SMTs and whatever. And apparently ICT took that setup as well, but he managed it 10 times, 100 times better than I did. Literally capturing every move of it. And I'm now managing the position by reducing the stop loss right here as well to get my objective. And then there was a setup right here, the long setup. I didn't record the first part of it publicly. It was streaming but not recording. Sometimes I move so much between Discord and YouTube, or like Discord and other TradingView applications, that there's a lot of editing that I have to do. So if I see so much back and forth, I just cancel and just neglect it. Like it's just too much. It's too long of a stream, hours to edit back and forth. So I try to not move my chart if I'm doing something, and typically I want it to deliver it, you know, quickly. But if it takes so much time, I end up like just canceling on uploading. So in here I showed this because that was an entry that was formed beforehand using this low as a stop loss for a smaller framework trade, low hanging fruit trade. And then this was using 3R and this was using 2R. If I believe that the objective is higher, which it did hit it, how can I take the trade using a smaller framework? This is how I would do it. How would I take it using a larger framework, right? If I have time and I can swing through, right, over hours, that's how I would do it. These are executions, right? Da-da-da. One more time. Hits the target, a trim level, and now we're waiting, sitting comfortably in like 300 ticks of profit. Stop loss can literally be, the stop loss exists below, and I hope I zoom out at some point just to show it. It does exist below the 2R position. But I guess I didn't show it in the video, but it does exist. It's below these to look for it to continue, because market was closing, so I'm going to give it more room to move. And so this is the labels that I had. Oh, I guess I didn't post the actual labels that I was talking about right here. explain. This was a stop loss where it was placed. That's the other video that I did not upload. Low hanging fruit target. I took this and Lamar took it. That was not a fast delivery. I remember him commenting, "Where's Lamar?" He left. Lamar in the charts channel said, "I finally got my target. PT price target hit 1 minute before the market closed. October 3rd, 2024, Thursday at 12:59. This was the same trade that is in here. Oh man. Here, let me compare. This is the same trade that was in here. October 3rd, right? I posted at nighttime, but you can look at price from that perspective to see where it's at. That was our objective. So he and a few others followed along the trade and managed to get a low-hanging fruit objective met before the end of the day. Right? And explaining the 2R framework, right? Giving it a wider stop loss to develop. Maybe it wants to wick lower, right? We don't know. But what if I don't want 2R? What if I want it to be 3R to minimize my loss? Same entry, but how do I minimize my loss? Give it 3R. I'm only willing to risk 3R, right? 3R just means 3 red boxes can fit in here, 3 times your risk. 2R, low hanging fruit, 2R larger framework, 2R larger framework, wider stop loss. And it eventually developed and went to that objective the night of NFP, into Friday basically. So, yeah, I guess, hang on, let me check more questions. Let me check. It really helps if you guys can tag me with questions. I hope so. That cleared everything up for me on the 4 hours. Perfect. On Twitter, I might have some questions. If you guys have any, type them out, but I'm just going to make sure that it helps me when you guys tag me in here, because I can't keep track of the different channels. It's too, without tagging. Perfect. I hope it wasn't overwhelming for some people. I hope it was like clean. Feel free to navigate through my Twitter, but and YouTube channel if you want. Let me open this one more time just to make sure that there are questions. Maybe anyone that watching on Twitter, you can type in questions in here. We're done. Like, I don't want to put everything, right, overwhelming information too much, but if you have any questions, you can type them out in here, as well as, let's see, yeah, I guess that was like the main purpose of doing this right here, right? It's to show how 12-hour candles, like yesterday's candle in the afternoon, in the morning, just sold down into the 12-hour candle open, which is the 4-hour candle open at 6 a.m. as well. That Iron Jaw frames his trades in. Midnight trades 2 a.m. London. I can trade 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. right? It's those time windows. I'm choosing those times of operations because you don't want to be hunting in the jungle all day, every day. You don't want to be sitting in front of the charts all the time. You don't want to be doing that. It's unproductive. You're supposed to make money and keep it. And the way we get to do it is through low-hanging fruit targets, and applying risk management, right? Backup. If you have a live account, these features you should have on. They prevent you from losing more than you intended to. And
dude,
what's up?
Where did you save that
Done.
outlet, the forum candle thing? Where's the pin?
Oh, this one?
This here. Yeah.
I haven't finished it yet. I'll fix it. I haven't finished it yet.
It's really good, man. It's really, really good.
Thank you. Yeah, I try. I want to add lunch in here as well, right? Lunch session in here, technically. So like an edit in here would be lunch. I want to add another box, but because everything is locked and it's like locked to a specific time.
Yeah.
I aligned it with the 6 p.m. open to the close.
I'm just thinking, do you think maybe it's too advanced to trade lunch? Lunch has just been really difficult.
Of course it is.
Well, for me personally.
It says it's difficult. And
yeah, so I'm just thinking maybe we shouldn't include it as of yet. We do, because it's a beginner thing, right? Like we want to stay clear. We've got training wheels on. We want to stay clear of making it simple and making sure that we stick to things that work, right? Lunch is very manipulative and it can always go against you. That's one of the ones that I really try not to get my trades. I had 2 experiences and one good, right? Because you're sitting there and they're going back and forth, and then they hit you in the face afterwards. So maybe I don't know. It's up to you, man.
No, you are absolutely. ICT says it multiple times. Leave lunch for the more seasoned traders, the more advanced traders. And even then, for me, I don't even like lunch. I don't even like lunch. Right?
Yeah, you want to be done by 11.
Exactly. I consider myself advanced at this point, but I'm not an expert. I will never call myself a master. Right? But I'm at that point, and I still don't even want to bother with lunch. Now, when do we get lunch expansions? When the AM session does not deliver.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
So let's. I'm glad you brought this up because I forgot to mention this right here in the charts channel, maybe in the notes channel. Yes, right here. Right. AM trades, super solid, dude. Right. Pulled this with the data was provided. He says, data provided by Josh Yu right here and interpreted by AM trades. This is evidence over 450 days showing you that the largest expansion candles occur at 9:30, like between these hours. Right? And if that can help you find a setup, and I don't mean top tick of the day and bottom tick of the same day. You're not supposed to. No one's supposed to. Right? Most of us just want to get something realistic and just be out. And so these hours are the most favorable to try to capture something low-hanging fruit. These hours deliver several hundred ticks. Like, I'm talking maybe 400 ticks, right? If you can capture 100, and in fact, like, we're actually going to break it down more, but this is a template from AM Trades, but let's just say, hey, maybe this is just something that is an image that's older, whatever. We can literally use an indicator by TFO called the kill zone indicator to pull this up, right? And now we get to see the breakdown of this. I have this preset like this, but if we're going to reset it down to the default settings, reset settings to default, I want to eliminate a lot of this right here. So let's start eliminating some of this stuff. You can follow along if you want. And I'm going to remove the days of the week, and I'm going to remove, let's see, the label pivots. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see the actual pivots. I don't care about them. I just want to see the actual ranges of these Asia, London, New York, AM, New York, PM, and lunch sessions, right? So I'm gonna remove true day open, and I'm gonna mark these vertical lines to represent 1800 hours and 1801, right? So that way it highlights the new day. And what else? I'm also gonna do. I'm also gonna, because these drawings are restricted to not draw above the 30-minute candle. You can have it up to 4 hours, and I'm gonna tell it to show me data of 180 days back. And now it gets to draw more candles, right? More drawings. And then I'm gonna pull up this box right here. Show kill zone range right here. Right. That tells you so much, and it measures right here based on the settings that you have. You literally give it values. You're gonna tell it, hey, measure the average length of the past 5 days. Give me the value of it. How much does Asia move? How much does London move? How much does New York AM move? Lunch, and so on. This is even more evidence that this is true. New York AM over the last 5 days is 240 points on average. What if I give it 180 days? 240, 159. Over the last 6 months, the New York AM session has delivered an average of 159 points. Mathematically, 159 points times ticks is 4, right? Times 4 ticks. The AM session alone can generate about 600 ticks on average. Can you capture 20% of that, right? 30% of that. Some people just want to get 100 ticks. Some people just want to get 50 ticks. It's up to them. Like that's something that you're gonna frame for yourself. Some people want to capture much larger moves. You can do so, right? But
Raven, if you want to keep that for yourself, so that you know, if you're trying to capture the large move, you know that there is a restriction on the low ranges kind of thing. How much would you set it at? Would you set it at 90 days? Or what's the average length that you put it at? Something I want to try this to keep it on my talk next week to see what's actually moving. Because I'm doing free market, right? So
remember, as of July highs to August lows, volatility expanded so much that we elevated the daily range from, not we, NQ elevated its daily range from, like, actually we as traders and investors and whatever, as humans, the activity elevated to double the range. In fact, August 5 was at $1,200 point move. August 5 was 1,200 points. When you multiply that by 4 ticks, there was 4,800 ticks on that day. On August 5. That's crazy, right? And if you can frame a trade at a specific time, could you please share your kill zone settings for TFO indicator? Roops is asking a question. I just have to clarify this. Roops asking this question right here. This question, I need to know the answer. Are you referring to these settings right now?
So the one that you had shown earlier, your default settings.
Okay, my default settings. Okay, I'll show that. And I have different ones. I have different versions because you can actually make a version and then save a template. So I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But this is measuring historical 6 months, right? But Ironjaw's question is, what do you think is the best way to kind of gauge it? I now have to factor maybe the last 3 months, maybe 90 days, right? If I change from 90 days, you're going to see this elevate a lot more because volatility was introduced since August. So it's, 159 points. If I just choose 90 days instead of 6 months, 3 months, it's going to jump more. I guess not too much.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on a second. What if I choose 60 days? Because August was 2 months ago, my bad. 218 average, right? Not everything's gonna be colossal, but like you can see the difference. It adds more. So I would say, because we're coming into elections and geopolitical conflicts around the world happening, volatility can kick in. We might have restrictions on margin requirements. If anyone's trading a live account, please be careful. Roops, you're listening. I know you trade a live account, personal. Stay aware of margin requirements by your broker if you're trading a live account. You want to have a little bit extra cushion of cash capital sitting in case they elevate it before you open a position, especially when you see some volatility that has happened over the weekend, over the day. Just make sure you can actually just go to the website directly and just look at margin requirements if you want. Margin requirements. Trade of 8, right? And you can filter that out by the instrument you're trading. MES says, hey, you just need $50. MNQ says, no, you need $100. MNQ is that athlete that can run 6 laps, 5 laps, 4 laps sometimes, right? On average about 3 laps before ES finishes 1 lap, right? And so it has a higher margin requirement. What about CL, MCL? For anyone trading personal account, you really have to be aware of any changes in margin requirements. Now, I say this only for specific live account traders because it is very necessary, right? The risk is, whatever the account is, maybe $300, maybe $500, maybe $1,000. And if they take, on August 5, we were asked to add more margin to the account to be able to trade, and that means that per micro, if I take a trade and it goes halfway against me, I lose $50 down, right? And so, if it sinks below me and I only have 100,000 in the account, I would lose like this in an instant. I would just lose the actual trade. And so, if I have 200, I have a little more room, right? On August 5, Bank of Japan news that gapped down the market, you know, and whatnot. It was really close to the CME limit of 7%. They elevated this by 5x. So if you were, the minimum was only $100 to trade one single micro, that means now it elevated to $500, right? Again, for anyone that's new beginner, this should not be a concern, especially if you're paper trading, especially if you're doing a prop firm account, safer sandbox. But I'm giving this as advice to anyone trading live risk. You want to have enough cash in case they elevate the margin requirement to where if you're about to open risk and you did not look at it by accident, or you didn't get an email on time, you're aware of any elevation. And so far since August, it happened 2 times where they or maybe 3 times where they jumped it up a little bit and then brought it back down. So Russia war news back in 2022 elevated a little bit, not as much as the Bank of Japan, but just something to be aware of for a lot of us that are trading, you know, with the prop firms, my funded futures, right, and Top Step and whatnot. You don't really have to worry so much about that. Technically, you don't, like, there is no concern about margin requirements. You have enough capital, $2,500 of capital, right? Plenty of room for micros. You do have to be aware of, like, just certain rules that the companies have, but they're very minimal. Like, I think they train you to be a better trader, in my opinion. But if you're trading live, just be aware of it. Now, going back to this, what IronJaw was saying, I would use the past 60 days, maybe. Give me the past 60 days, and I'll try to gauge what price is doing, right? Just so it's like something intermediate short term, to kind of have an idea of how on average the market is moving, especially when we're coming into elections, plus potential geopolitical conflict, basically, right? Or also strikes. Strikes can cause disruptions in supply chains that can affect the markets, and that introduces volatility. So the whole idea behind it, I don't have this on, but I've studied this enough to know what's really worth getting, in my opinion, for myself, is 25 points. If I can get 25 points of a whole daily candle, that's more than plenty. 25 points is 100 ticks. But I'm seeing a lot of you guys actually produce results. Like, look at these green candles. Look at the lunch session. Lunch session is usually the yellow one. It's muted when price delivers the AM session. Price, this is more evidence of this. Price delivers during New York AM session, less so on the PM session. What if price does not deliver in the AM session? It may deliver it using the lunch session or the PM session, right? That's literally it. Just to have a little, you know, perspective on that. Now, when we get to what I've been seeing, observing from you guys, right? And this is a really cool example of like how the market typically just taps you out, right? Takes, like, when dealing with stop losses and support resistance and whatnot, you kind of run into these occurrences where price goes against you, you give up, right? Twist your arm, okay, get me out, and that's it, and then it goes in your favor. You want to identify that. I've learned that lesson so expensively, it was stupid, but I should not have done it with real risk. But who tagged me here somewhere? Somebody tagged me and then it went away. Okay, so hi Novi. I'm gonna go back to the chat to pull up questions. I see her typing. So now, when I look at your average, right, whatever I was asking in here, I'm gonna ask you guys to type it again. Copy this message, paste it in here, because I posted this yesterday late last night, so I'm gonna redo it again. because I have evidence. Like I can see this, and if I pull up crazy 2 micros, right? It's crazy that 2 micros can pay that much. That was September 9th, right? I'm tagging Richie Rich, and that is about $130 on a small range of the day to target 250, right? And this is not the only example. There's plenty of examples to show that I think, from what I'm observing from members, 200 ticks is achievable. So if I say 100 ticks, it's even lower hanging fruit. I personally would want the incremental program, the PDF. The alternative to MES 5 points is NQ 100 ticks, mechanical. Once you achieve that on one account, you can do whatever you want on a separate account, right? Thank you, Novi, for answering that question. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go back. NQ, MNQ mainly, MES occasionally. In the past, GC, and CL. NQES, profit is 50 ticks and scale. Loss 25. MNQ, MES, 100 ticks plus and then scale. Risk is 50. Daily loss limit on average is $300 for a 50K account, and a daily profit target of 1,500. I remember you hit that target on that day. That was crazy. It actually hit you to close you out because it went even more. I remember that. I heard it in your voice. Daily loss limit 750, 2,000. Right? Like that's a very detailed breakdown. I love it. Thank you so much for answering that question like that. Perfect detail, right? I'm trying to gauge that to make a video on risk settings and how the incremental program PDF can be adjusted for MNQ, right? And how it can also be adjusted for CL and GC and so on, right? So what I think is achievable is about 100 ticks. If we look at the daily candle on what 100 ticks looks like, just a visual for you guys. This is 100 ticks. But why are you capturing such a small range? Because you want to actually learn properly, right? Incrementally, gradually, so that way you're actually building positive habits. You want to climb up sustainably. You don't want to go up and then crash and burn, right? That looks like my Robinhood account. If that looks like your Robinhood account from 2021, I totally get it, right? We don't want to go back to Wendy's. I joke about this because somebody just jokingly said it right here. Off to Wendy's I go, right? Or is it? Just as an example, right? Off to Wendy's I go. We don't want to do that. We want to grow sustainably. We want to grow incrementally to where it is far more sustainable. And I'm glad like people are seeing the perspective of more mechanical consistent trading by growing gradually through low risk, right? To where a lot of us have, like, a lot of us feel a lot of the members will feel that they are moving in the same journey. Even with myself, like I'm just a few steps ahead, right? Some people are a few steps behind and so on. And that's what the whole point of it is, to show from the beginning of the program, we're all starting from the same kind of footing, in that way. And so this is how you're supposed to grow sustainably. We don't want to be crash and burn, right? And so this is 25 points in a single day. It can fit most days, even choppy days, right? That's the whole point, that you want to navigate. And it goes back to the same PDF in here. The 5 points, seeing Ryan do it for over a year every day in my messages for 5 points, I suggested, hey, what about doing this? I never stuck to it, but I saw him dedicated to it. And I've always given him credit for this because I saw him stick to it, the 5 points. ICT has always talked about 5 points. And the whole point of 5 points, if you listen to it, I highly recommend you do, the end series, at least the first episode. It's only 30 minutes long. I listen to it almost every 2 or 3 months, just as a perspective refresh on how I approach trading, right? I forget why I wanted to get into trading in the first place, because easily we get skewed by Rolexes and Rolls Royces and Lambos and all that stuff. And in reality, we just want to make money, and we want to keep the money, and we have actual tools that prevent us, that lock us out in the trading platform from losing more than what we intended to do, right? That's the whole point of this. It's to show that it's not only safe as a sandbox from a prop firm perspective, from a learning perspective, but it also has its own benefits compared to options from an intraday basis perspective. Intraday, right? Price can just go against you so fast, you don't have time to react when you suddenly see a negative 30-40% in options, right? In options, I think the best thing you can do is to actually swing, in my opinion, just in general. I choose longer dated swings. I still do options, but you are trying to capture larger monthly, weekly moves using small risk to ride a big candle, right? That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to risk, 50,000 to scalp 2,000, right? You're supposed to risk 200 to try to make 700 or whatever over X amount of time. That's my approach with options. But in terms of intraday trading, and if that makes it difficult for people in options to trade options as a beginner small account, because you need money to actually buy enough time and so on, then maybe the futures approach can be a safer way, especially when you have the sandbox of these companies that tell you, hey, we can give you capital, simulated capital, right? Paper trade, show us that you can actually trade. Paper trade proves to us that you can actually manage risk, and we'll fund you with money, and you can actually grow and withdraw. There are tons of results. You can go to the Discord, go to the payout feed. I'm not going to go through it again, but you can go to the Discord, in the payout feed, scroll up and compare how many daily payouts are happening, 1,200. Now, ever since they made this program permanent, changed in July, as opposed to before July, right? I'm not being paid by them to speak on this. I am not being paid. I'm an affiliate, right? I do get like about $4 if anybody buys an account or so on, but I'm not sponsored to speak on this. And you don't even have to choose this company. You can choose TopStep. I'm not an affiliate. I don't even think they accept affiliates at this time. But more than anything, I'm betting on this company to be better than even TopStep, which used to be my number one. But you can look at the dates beforehand, and you can scroll to compare June 13, June 12. It ends right here, right? June 11. Between the dates, there are less payouts. As of the new restructuring, you get to scroll in a single day. Look at how many payouts are happening, especially smaller ones, 1,200. A lot more. This is all one day. The next day, way more people are able to get payouts. I've seen them in my DMs. I've seen them, they made a change for the better. They went for quality over quantity, which is what Apex does. Apex goes for quantity. I know it, I've lived it. I lost so many Apex accounts for different reasons, including the fact that they were just so cheap. I'll just wait for the next discount. Don't waste time with cheap, easy come, easy go, because you're not even going to grow. You think it's just the next month, but because the same approach of easy come, easy go, cheap account, you're going to waste more months, and suddenly it's a year. Do you want to delay a whole year, or do you want to do it responsibly, right? So these companies, TopStep and MyFund Futures, have risk measures that do it responsibly, right? Apex does not have that protection for you. They're after you losing, literally. They hope that you lose the account, and that's why 90% of people blow it. So,
Hey, Raven.
What's up?
So this is Rubes again. So I know we talked privately about what my strategy was as far as risk management and points. So I want to be open about it and just kind of share with you that when I first started, I was really afraid to take the trade, and I had no clue about putting a stop loss. So what I started doing was, and we're not talking about points, right? So depending on the setup, whether it's MES or MNQ, I would aim for only 5 points and a 5-point loss. Okay, so when I first started with you, I think sometime in September, late September.
Yeah.
So I would literally aim for a 5-point target and a 5-point loss. And I know it doesn't sound like much, but first week, I think I had 2 wins and 2 losses. And then slowly the next week, I went up to 4 wins and 1 loss and 5 trades. But I aimed for a higher target because I wanted to get a feel for it, if the process was working or not, right? So the next week, I took a 10-point target with a 5-point loss. And this past week, I only took like 4 trades. And for those 4 trades, I wanted to test my patience and my confidence. So I held my targets a little longer, right?
Yeah.
I still aim for it, but I just wanted to see if I can just just have patience. So instead of achieving like a $50 target, I want to try for a $60 or $70 target. And I had a 5 out of 5 on that, based on the setup that we were taking.
Yeah.
So I aim for a 30-point target, 35-point target. So yeah, I want to appreciate what you've done and the patience that I'm building. I think I told you yesterday, I'm in awe. I cannot believe what I'm doing. And this is all, since COVID. I haven't had so much confidence since COVID, I think, with the number of losing trades on stocks and options and whatnot. But this is much more pleasing, comfortable. The process is great so far.
I'm so happy to hear so. And you know what's crazy? You sent me a DM with, that was your live account, right? Your P&L, the $100-something, right?
Yeah, so I could be open about it. I don't have a problem. So I deposited some money in there, and when I first started, and don't get me wrong, I had a big losing trade as well, but I was trying to figure out how to use the futures account. I've never ever opened one, and I opened one finally on a live account with my own money, with my own margin and whatnot. And I am, as of so far right now, I'm looking at the account. I'm $800 in the last 4 weeks.
Good God. That makes me so happy. Like, I know it's not a lot to some people, but they're like, you're keeping profits. You have, oh my God, that's again more than I expected. And when I say that, I mean it. In the PDF, I said the goal would be 500 for the first couple of months, right? But in the initial month, if we can even achieve 250 for a whole month, the first month, achieving 250 would be a great target, right? And here you are doing it with a live account, and that's the whole objective. That's why I'm doing this. The opposite of Rolexes and Lambos and Rolls Royces and whatever, right? It's to show that from the lowest risk possible, the small accounts, the people that have struggled, the people who are beginners, almost anyone can achieve these results, and then you build off of this sustainably, incrementally, right? Not crash and burn, right? This makes me so happy to hear, brother. Like, I didn't even know that number is wild to me. Like, it's actually surprising on a live account.
I'm surprised as well, but thank you so much. Thank you for all of you guys. You guys.
No, also for somebody that had never done futures before, that's super impressive.
That is very impressive. Congrats on your execution. Like, you approached it in your own way, right? It's a template that you can mold to your own style, your own psychology, your own risk profile, right? That's the whole objective behind this. It's to give a template, and then you can shift it to your liking, basically.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Like, my psychology over the past few years was just completely messed up. Really afraid to take trades. I even would out of practice taking $1, $2 move. And in the beginning of when I was trading futures, like I would literally take a $2 profit. No joke. And if I had a $2 loss, I would just take a $2 loss. Right? Just to kind of get a feel for it.
Yeah.
But that confidence level saying that, hey, what do I have to lose? If I hit my stop loss, I'm gonna hit my stop loss. I've already lost so much anyway. So why not try this and try to get to a one-to-one risk reward first, and then go for higher end.
Dude, man, you sound just like me. $1, $2 profit. So I was like, yeah.
No joke, John. Like you guys, I'm not active live during the daytime because I work, but I read every single thing when I come back from work and try to, understand. And then when I have time on the weekends, I even work on Saturdays, but today I'm not working, but I try to join when I can, try to speak when I can, but the executions, I even go to the bathroom and try to execute my trades sometimes.
Yeah. No, I get you. Listen, this is not it's not a speed run. It's a slow paced marathon. It's going to take some time. I'm not speaking as an expert. I've only been here since August 5th in this program, and I've had my ups and downs as well. But I think the time that you set yourself and spend watching price action, either you're doing it on your iPad or iPhone or whatever, if you're just looking at it, you're spending time, that's like gaining points, like you're compounding your understanding, right? So the only way you're going to learn is by putting in trades, even if it's $1 profit or $2 profit, right? As long as your risk management, right, you're not blowing your account, you're not losing your account, that's still a step forward. And what you want to do is you just want to take a step forward. I mean, I can only talk about personal, right? But what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to take a step forward each day. I'm learning every single day. I'm not saying I've got the answers, right? I'm listening to Raven religiously. Everybody here on a Saturday, like my time is 8:45 p.m. Right? I've been listening to him all day. Since he started, but I think us being here Saturday and spending time here together, that means something. So don't worry about anything else. Just stick to a program, and I'm sure that you'll do fine, man. You'll do fine. This is a unique group. I've never ever seen any other group like this before.
Yeah, thank you so much. And one of the things I also want to share with you guys is that, my wish was always to teach my son, right? And I will. But one of the things I wanted to do with him was to go to a playoff Dodger game. So today, with the money that I made, I won some money, and I'm taking him to a Dodger game, a playoff Dodger game.
Let's go! Oh my god.
That is wonderful. That is so wonderful. That's what we do it for, man. I've got a daughter myself, and
it's awesome.
You want to do it for your children. You want to spend the time. That's what you want to do. You don't want to sit there working as a slave for the rest of your life for some company, right? You want to have something for yourself so you can cherish those moments with your family.
Absolutely. Love you guys. Appreciate it.
Makes me so happy, Rubes.
That's amazing.
That is freaking amazing. Like, that's the whole point, right? Like, I'm telling you, please listen to the ICT N series. It's this video right here, right? Hang on a second. Oh my god, and you speaking of Dodgers, I know you're about 30 minutes away from me. We should meet up. Like we said, I'm gonna be more free in the next coming weeks. ICT N series. I'm also gonna meet up with Caesar. I'm also gonna meet up with Principal. So, this video.
Oh no, I was just gonna say exactly what Ironjaw was commenting on. It's supposed to be a marathon, not a sprint. And I just think sometimes it's so easy to lose perspective in trading, because especially so many people are posting like, $20,000 win, $30,000 win, but the reality is a lot of times you don't see behind that. Like, they may be posting $20,000, but maybe they're losing 50 the next day, And it's just about perspective. Like $100, $200 a day may not sound like a lot, but just think about it. If you build up, let's say you start with $50, right? And then you do it consistently and you go to 100, then 200, then 300. Just in the perspective of $300 a day, it may not sound like a lot, but divide that by 8, by an 8-hour day. That's like almost $38 an hour. Most people don't even get paid that at their jobs. Imagine if you were able to consistently make $200 or $300 a day in a couple of hours of the day. It's just changing that perspective and doing consistently.
Right. And not only that, we one thing that I would love it. Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Like I'm literally just the main solution for me was getting money from work. I finally have a work permit. I finally managed to, get over that hump. I still have debt to deal with, but what's up, Alex? And the idea is that we want to keep the money. These settings that are available to us inside of the futures platforms have the ability to protect the money, protect the risk that we just have and put on, to not overdo it either through losses or euphoric wins, right? To where you keep yourself level-headed. And I don't, like, people can confirm. I don't know. I'm assuming that they're seeing more gains stay in their accounts and not go down. That's my objective, right? That's the whole point. We want to see money and then also keep the money, because making money, you can YOLO, you can do whatever, but then if you don't have solid risk management, solid discipline, you typically don't keep it, right? That's literally what Alex Strat talks about when he talks about Dante and so many others' perspective on risk management. It's why ICT has those rants about psychology. It's because a lot of us kind of come in and we typically start with massive accounts, like, larger accounts that we had earlier, and then we shrink, right? Most of us have come into the trading world and then we shrink accounts. And then at some point we just say, I just want one big win to just recover me or something, and then I'll learn. At least to me, that's what happened to me. And once we're down, that's when, okay, I really need to learn. Like, I've done this long enough. What's the point of, quitting? I'm going to put in the work to learn. In my case, I sunk and went red, negative debt. Big debt. Stupidly. And that's why I'm saying it's unnecessary to hit rock bottom. You should not deplete your funds. You should not destroy your capital to learn any lessons. You can do so through the medium of paper trading. I'm telling you to not even sign up with these prop firms, because not even paper trade. I'm telling you, before even paper trading, you're supposed to just have this on. You're just supposed to see and observe how price goes through this little plan that you have on. Is it up? Is it down? Set it beforehand, and even if little drawings happen outside of the box, see how it really develops. Does it follow your game plan, right? And then you can make minor adjustments. Once you see more consistency in price not exiting those boundaries, then you can paper trade. Once you've found some consistency in paper trading that you feel you're ready, nobody's going to tell you you're ready. You can't pay anyone to tell you you're ready, right? You're going to feel ready whenever you are to consider getting one of those accounts. And I only say this because volatility has been kind of fluctuating, elevating the margin requirements on your personal accounts, live accounts, that it makes sense when there's elections still overhead, right? And possible geopolitical conflicts, just like what happened in August 5, Bank of Japan, plus some other news that happened in September, right? They elevated the margin requirements a little bit higher, 5x actually, not a little bit, a lot higher. And they settled back down after a few days when volatility kind of like settled. But before paper trading, before live, ideally you want to go funded, right? Approach. Before funded, you should do paper. Alex speaks on that. And before paper, I'm also telling you, don't even do paper, just do this. And maybe you're a beginner, maybe you don't know how to use this. Just draw a line of where you expect price, as this is as low as it can go, right? And that's it. It could be a red line, right? And this is.
I'll tell you when you're ready to go live.
Yo.
Anybody know?
Anybody know? Tell me.
Hey, Alex.
Good evening.
Good evening.
When being right is no longer enough.
I like that answer. Right? Because you've done it enough times, and you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. It happens.
But being right is like it's one of the things that I do. Like once you notice that being right to a certain extent with a certain probability, like 8 out of 6 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10, like once you see that being right, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't phase you that you're right. You expect to be right, and you have the data for it. When being right is no longer enough, you can get caught in the I need to be right, I need to be right, I need to be right. But the second you're like, I don't need to be right, like when you have that realization, when you understand that you don't need to be right, like what Douglas says, and although I don't really endorse Douglas too much because he was an unprofitable trader, like this is common knowledge. He wasn't profitable, that's why he was teaching. But in that regard, he's right. Like you don't have to be right to be making money in the market. And when you have that realization, not that somebody tells you, not that I tell you here, but when you realize that that is the truth, then and only then can you entertain the idea of even paper trading. Not should you, and not that you will, but only at that point when you have that realization, can you start entertaining the idea of getting some skin in the game. And skin in the game can be paper trading. It doesn't have to be money making, you know. Ideally, paper trading.
It literally translates to what Ironjaw and a few of you guys have just expressed and experienced. It started with $2, and you saw consistency, $5, right, on a trade, and you saw more profitable green trades more than red trades, and to you at this point, Roops just said, I wanted the actual play to give it some room, and I didn't care about being right now, right? He allowed more like of a distance of a stop loss because it wasn't about just being right. Now it's letting the play out on its own, following obviously a strategy, obviously, right, a system. Absolutely, I actually like that a lot, and these tools help us. In a live account, you should have these. Even if you're trading a small account, a $500 account, you should turn these on to not lose more than $50 a day, maybe 200 in a week, right? And in a live account, you have the ability to not risk more than 1 micro. You can restrict yourself from doing that. You want to have that as a backup to control your emotions, because we are human. We're not designed as robots. We're not supposed to be robots. But these systems are in place, and we should utilize them to protect ourselves from any harm, right? Whether it's euphoria from winning too much, or greed, greed, or losing, revenge trading, right? You don't want to lose more than you intended to in the game. I've been in that cycle. A lot of us have experienced that cycle, right? And that's where these tools come into place. I wish this was an option in futures. I wish this was a feature in options trading, but unfortunately it's not. To where this thing is preset for the whole week. It's done. It locks you out. It stops you, right? And that's where the benefit comes in, especially if you have been doing this for a while and you have not seen progress. That's the whole point of this, right? It's to show the opposite of Rolexes, and I highly recommend you listen to this first episode, 30 minutes only, right? It's the opposite of Rolexes. It's achieving low-hanging fruits, and then you scale up. McDonald's, Burger King, Domino's didn't open 1,000 locations around the world, and then they shrunk down. That's what happens to a lot of us when we come into this game. Unwillingly, we have larger accounts and we shrink, right? Shrink down, 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 down. We don't want to do that. We want to scale up like an actual business. They open one location and expand and expand. That's the whole point. And they didn't do it. Okay, I need to make $1,000 a day. That's misleading, right? That is like thinking backwards. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be going in a sustainable manner that actually grows incrementally, gradually, right? Sustainably, to where you actually get to keep the profits and actually enjoy it. Right? So I've had crazy wins, but I didn't get to keep it. And if you can relate to that, then you know what that perspective is, to actually go for low-hanging fruit, to aim for realistic things. You can think big, you can dream big, and it should be something that you think of over time. But I've been caught with my emotions wanting to make that big trade in a single day. I'm in this, but now I want to milk it, right? I want to go full on and try to maximize it. You don't have to. And this is far more sustainable to choose something low hanging fruit in a day, and then you can elevate it later with 50 points. I'm seeing from your results, 200 ticks is achievable in this market condition right now. And it may change later. Volatility might slow down a little bit. But 200 ticks has been...
It will change. Not it may. At some point, you gotta realize the market will change. Not it might. It will change.
It will change, exactly. And so you want to be adaptive. You want to be versatile to where you can actually adapt to certain conditions, to certain markets, to different markets. If futures in indices have not so much clean price action, you can move on to trade gold and oil. You can move on to trade other instruments, right? And so you want to scale up like how businesses do. McDonald's did not make 1 million locations around the world all of a sudden, right? They didn't go, hey, I want to make $5,000 every hour, every day, and whatever, right? Or 5 million, whatever. And that's where we're trying to show this on a daily basis, whether it's Alex, Adex, me. It's to really hone in on the education part of it. It's to really get a true sense of learning the proper way, right? Applying the actual teachings in a sustainable way, and using these extra tools that are available, which I wish that was a thing in options. This would protect you. I've lost many times, more than what I was willing to lose in a day, in a week, in a month. And had that been a protective measure, it would have saved me. I wish somebody closed my account, right, when I had lost X amount of money, 6 figures. Thankfully, it was mostly profits, but it still hurt. It still hurt. It affected me so much psychologically that it was a burden. It was hard to get out of. I wanted it back so bad. And the whole approach is to do it, like the whole thing is to do it the opposite way of what lured us in. What lured us in was the Rolexes. When we came in with larger accounts and we shrunk them down, we came in typically because of larger gains that some furus were posting, right? Like massive, crazy trades, right? Whether it's a YouTube channel or whatever the heck it is. And we came in with larger accounts and we followed them, we shrunk, right? Without knowing how to even manage risk and whatever. And those typically have flashy kind of features, including like Rolexes and Lambos and Rolls Royces and penthouses and whatever.
Posting huge.
And just posting 20,000, 40,000, 50,000.
You don't know how much they risk to make it.
And you don't even know how much they risk to make it, and how many losses are in between, right? And that's why, like, there's a whole difference in how ICT's videos are, right, compared to this guy that right now, the new flavor, right, Patrick Wayland. No offense to this guy, he could be profitable, but I'm just saying there's a different approach in terms of attracting audiences when you go for these types of I guess flashy attention grabbing kind of like images, thumbnails, and ideas, right? There's a whole difference between that and so focusing on education. Maybe this is something you're interested in, but if you don't have a strong foundation in the beginning, if you hadn't learned properly, then how do you even manage risk? How do you even navigate through, right? When you see like 50K gain, $22,000 of profit, 50,000 profit, right? And that's why I'm doing everything topsy-turvy, upside down, right? Because it should be education first, right? McDonald's and all these companies, and I use Patrick Wayland as a random example, but I'm comparing him to ICT because I know they have a feud between themselves, but I just would like to focus on education first. It's my opinion. I have nothing against the guy himself, but I just know that a lot of us typically come in with larger accounts. Maybe we started with 10K, maybe we started with 50K or 5K, and we shrunk down, and then we want to learn. For me, it went down negative bad, right? Debt bad. But the PDF is adaptable, right? It's a template you can mold. It's based off of ICT N series. I highly recommend you view it. Let me go back in here. Just listen to this one and reflect on it, right? You can I don't have DMs on my Twitter. I don't want to do DMs on my Twitter. Not like, in no offense. I sit all day answering questions, all right? But to avoid scammers and to avoid I'm buying my own peace of mind. I don't have DMs, and so it's something that you can also realize, right? If somebody's offering anything, you know to avoid it. I don't have DMs, but you can comment under my videos. Ask me a question in there, I'll answer it. You can comment in the Discord, I'll answer. But you leave a comment if you saw any benefit in this. I think this is so monumental if you actually listen to it. It's so important because it asks yourself, you self-reflect on why you initially got into trading. What is the purpose of it? What are you trying to do with it, right? And so I really recommend it. I've been here since 8 a.m. I think. I typically don't like to go without answering questions. Let me double check right here. Any questions, any concerns? I think I forgot a point right here. Roop said he wanted the settings that I have for my kill zone indicator. I have several templates. My template, when I'm trading by myself, if I'm not streaming in front of you guys, is sitting on like something like this. I'm actually on V3 template for myself, V3, and I'm usually on the 15-minute in here. I'm also on the 1 hour in here. I'm on the daily in here. That's how I have it. And so I'm looking to see how price delivers on these time frames. And I typically just have this on TFO1. TFO1 just represents time for me, because I know when the 10 a.m. candle came in, a 4-hour candle is open, means that everything in here is in line upwards. And the weekly open means that price has overhead weekly open, right? It's red below this, but green above this. Above the 1800 hour means green on the day. So that's what I do. I try to keep the charts very clean, very simple for myself when I'm taking my own trades. But for some of you guys, you prefer this on. It's just an added visual to represent the actual time frames next to it, right? And it's a combination of multiple indicators. One of them is the watermark in the top right corner. The second one is the ICT kill zone, just representing time, and these are the candles, the weekly, the daily, and so on, right? And so Roops' question about what do I have, typically it's going to be like this. If you want to take a screenshot right now, and it's going to change on November, the first week of November because of daylight savings. You're going to have to adjust this in -5, but that's about it. I don't have anything on in here, so let me know if you want to take a screenshot. You can take one now.
Yeah, I want to. Give me a sec. I'm loading Snagit.
Take it.
I think those were perfect for it.
I'm sorry?
Is it? No, man. Sorry, it's my bad. I was. I have mine on American New York, and you got GMT -4.
Oh, so I have an older update. This template was saved from an older update. TFO made one that is supposed to be dynamic to where it adjusts to daylight savings. So he fixed the code to make it even better. This guy is phenomenal. Like
Yeah.
I learned the most, and I have to give credit, obviously ICT, and then I learned from these guys, right? These guys, okay, so Dexter is known for his power of 3, right? And 2 Degrees as well as TFO have really strong coding logic, right? Coming from a background of computer science, I love the videos that wait, also, oh my god. Okay, yeah, yeah. That TFO makes. TFO makes videos on how to even code something, right? Which is really really cool. I like to see that. One funny post, actually, we're not going to talk about it. Just go to his Twitter feed and you'll see a SpongeBob. He drew SpongeBob through code, and he spent 18 hours doing it. It was crazy. So for the anniversary, he's asking a few likes, and I'll draw Patrick's. So, this guy has skill. This guy has skill, right? And he also shows the actual education behind it, how to even code something, right? Whatever you know, like whatever he is offering to kind of show. His indicator is also open source. This indicator is also open source. He's not hiding it. It's free. So if you can literally buy him a coffee, right? I've never spoken to him. I've only commented asking for features, but anyone operating from that perspective of offering their time, right? Even in like OBS software, an open source software, they don't charge anything, but so many people rely on it that they deserve a cup of coffee, right? At least. And so TFO, super solid. I learned a lot from him. His indicators, his logic is really solid. 2 Degrees, also indicator logic. Dexter P03, AM trades a weekly profile. T trades just general ICT stuff, and pragmatic execution. I learned so much through watching execution videos of ICT, pragmatic, and a few others, but it was mainly pragmatic on Twitter. MMXM Trader, I learned these things from him. Next day model, Silver Bullet, not ICT Silver Bullet, it's a different thing. It's the second leg of distribution, that's MMXM Trader, and the LR, relative equal highs, relative equal lows. So it's like you guys ask me, how do I get that tingly sensation of why do I even anticipate shorts happening when price is still climbing higher, right? How do I even hold through 4 hours and whatnot to capture a massive move? It's because of a combination of a lot of these things, and over time, right? Like the crazy part is, it took me so much time to absorb. Ironjaw in his videos, check out his YouTube channel, right? He's just starting, and on week 3 or 4, he's having similar executions to my trading style, and you're not supposed to trade like me. No one's supposed to trade like anyone else. But it's a massive step. What took me months, sorry, years, right? Took him less than 2 months, 1 month. It's just like that's what's in. I aimed for it, but I didn't even like. This is my first time ever. I don't do one-on-ones. I did it once, and Novi was one of the first people ever to ask for a one-on-one. I was like, I'm honored, but I'm not ready, right? So instead, I do this workshop style class where we're just doing everything in real time during market hours. No hindsight analysis, no nothing. We're supposed to actually learn in the moment how to take critical decisions in the moment, right? Assessing risk, managing risk, whether it's paper or eval or whatever, right? And so these trades, let me show you like an example up in here. I posted on Twitter as well, but holding a trade for that long, this is Ironjaw's trade. It took me so long to try to catch fast moves into LR like this. So long, unbelievable. I spent hundreds of hours consuming, right, content and watching price. Now I get to actually enter, and you're not supposed to snipe this, but that was my entry, and I have all the executions behind it to try to capture this, and then price retraces to capture the next leg down of this, and that's your MMXM Silver Bullet, the second leg of distribution, caught on ES and NQ. For people who may have missed it, someone in the group said, I can't believe that I analyzed it. I was waiting for it and I saw it coming, but I got pulled in for work. Congrats on anyone who made it. I missed it. And a retracement offers him an entry, and he actually gets in. He chooses to get in. I didn't force him. He saw the logic behind it. I showed it on ES and NQ as a secondary entry, and it delivers to the weekly open. That was the objective for it. That was like Jackson Hole day 1, and I held it for 4.5 hours. That was the trade that is on my Twitter. That shows you about 1,600%, almost 2,000, out of risking 150. Right, my execution time, Pacific. I don't risk a lot. I'm showing you how you can risk very little to grow, and these are misleading. I don't try to show this every. I actually said when I posted this, I don't do this every day, but once a month there may be an opportunity that I can take chances on, right? And you're supposed to assume the risk and accept it and let it play out. That's it. And so. I'm so sorry, Roops. I know you wanted screenshots. My bad. Should we move on to the next page in here?
Yes, please.
Nerd PM. Right here.
Okay, got that.
All right. The next screenshot would be here.
Okay, got that.
So what these are vertical timestamps, highlighting, and I actually should change this instead of noon. Maybe 2 p.m. A vertical timestamp that represents 2 p.m. I have it adjusted on one other template. I forgot to change it on all of them. But all it does is just draw a vertical line for you right here. So 10 a.m. It's very subtle. You can change it however you want. I just keep them very clean, just for myself, basically. So that way I get to see actual candle price. I don't want the indicator to be blocking me. Remember, like I used to trade like this. Where is that? Primary? These were my indicators before. I used to trade the chart like this. Hang on. This is how I used to trade. And I can still navigate it, but I just got used to seeing ICT's charts, T-Trades charts, AM Trades charts, MMXM's charts. They make so much sense in terms of price, how it references monthly opens, quarterly opens, weekly opens, daily opens, certain time level opens. It's phenomenal. It's crazy. And that's why I try to keep it clean that way. You can adjust the colors to make them a little bit more brighter, different colors, thicker, however you want. I have another template in here that highlights the boxes. So it's the same indicator that prints the time levels, but instead of time levels now I want to see the actual kill zones. So I expand this up, and now you get to see these settings in here if you want. So it can be America, New York, right? That's the one that adjusts for daylight savings. And I have it print out only one session, and I want the drawings to cut off at 4 p.m. for the next day. And so if you're ready, let me know.
Yep, I got that one.
Okay, so I'm highlighting the boxes, the 8:30 a.m. New York Open, and so on. Move downwards, New York PM. I just want to see some pivots, light colors. I'm keeping them very light. I guess a little bit lower. Right here. I don't even have this box, which is cool to have. I don't need it because I just know that AM session has been the largest one over the past 5 days, right? At least, or whatever you want to feed it as data, reference points. And then I have this. That's it. Oof, hang on. So daily open, weekly open, monthly open. It's same thing. References of price, opening levels.
Got it.
And then same timestamps again. I would do this as 1400, and this would be 1401. Just to kind of have an idea where the 4 hours is going to open, right? To kind of like, even before it prints, even, you know, an hour in advance or 15 minutes in advance, I know a visual reminder, hey, a 4 hour is about to open, right? This represents midnight, 8:30, 9:30, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. is the 4 hour candle in the morning, and that's.
Where did you show the 4 hour again? I'm sorry.
Right here. So the 4 hour is not a horizontal line; it's just a vertical line. It's
Vertical. Okay, got it. Makes sense.
I wish so. TFO asked for feedback because now he has 15,000 people using his indicator, which is insane. You guys don't know how many indicators are created following ICT's kill zones. I'll talk about that in a moment, but the guy, TFO, just posted an update, or like asking for an update. What do you guys want? And people asked for more opening price levels, just a little bit more of these. Before that, when the indicator was being, built up, he asked for feedback. They gave him feedback. Different changes happened, really great changes. But then now, people are just asking for more opening time levels. It's like, that's how solid it is. It doesn't need that much update, surprisingly. If you have any suggestions, you can literally tag him, let us know, and we can all kind of comment and retweet it and so on. But I think this is super solid. I just have the 10 a.m. candle as a horizontal line to represent the 4-hour candle open in the morning, right? That's where it opened, 10 a.m., pushes lower to deliver higher. So as of this level, price turns the 4-hour candle green, right? So what was I gonna say? Yeah, look at how many indicators are created before he came in, before he even started trading, I think. Kill zone indicators by ICT. I've tested every single one of these, and some of them reflect forex, some of them reflect futures, and you can experiment with them. Don't try to you can view them basically, right? But don't try to change strategies and whatnot. I truly think that there's a reason why he got editor's pick by TradingView for having almost 15K people, right? He got it when I think about 5,000 people got into it so fast. So much interest happened because it's such a solid indicator, in my opinion, and it's open source. You can always adjust it, right? These guys I've tested. You can experiment with them. After testing everything in 2022, when this came out in 2023, I couldn't be happier. I think this is the best representation of these sessions. He made it in the best, cleanest way possible. And it's so dynamic, I can just save different versions of it to access whenever I need, certain information, basically. What else? I think we can wrap up, but before I wrap up, literally I want questions. I have to make sure also anyone has questions in here. Let me check Twitter quickly. I don't know. It is a little delayed for Twitter as well, so I'll wait about 30 seconds. Stop expecting everything in life to be linear or exponential. Yes. This is the foundation of the whole program that I'm doing. Why ICT's End series is so important. It goes back. The video I'm telling you to watch is slowing things down to catch yourself. Hey, why did I even get into trading? Didn't I start with only wanting this and now suddenly I want a lot more? And why it's not working and so on? In a different way, he's saying it right here. Stop expecting everything in life to be linear or exponential. There will be ups and downs. Learn to accept that, right? And if we do them in a slow and consistent, safe manner, using certain tools that are almost like a sandbox, safe area, then it benefits us more than anything. Had we all been doing minis with these accounts, we would all have very different outcomes, but pretty bad outcomes, versus growing sustainably using 1, 2, 3 micros and so on. It's far more sustainable. I don't know if there are questions that I'm so sorry if anybody typed any question. I don't know if it's a glitch or something. Are there questions in this that I can't see? If you posted a question in here, can you retype it? I don't know what's happening. Right? If not, then we'll just wrap up in here. Anybody?
Hey Raven, this is Sean. You hear me?
What's up? Hi. How you doing?
You were looking at a page with risk settings earlier, and it lets you pick which instruments you can trade. What screen was that?
That's in the notes channel. It's pinned in there. In the notes channel.
Okay, I'll check it out. Because I was just on Tradeovate and I only saw settings for dollar amounts.
So in my funded futures and Top Step, the two reputable companies that I like, right? They allow you to turn on these settings only. But if you're doing a live account, you have access. Live accounts have access to more settings to protect you, basically.
Got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. chat. Let me just check. I didn't even realize that promise from one of these settings. I'm going to ban myself from minis right now. Right? I wish, trust me, I wish that was a thing that we can do with these prop firms. But they, you know, like as a business model, they're not going to lose money technically if they're giving us all the tools. This alone would actually prevent us. Even if you're doing minis, this would stop you out, right? And just be done. But you are absolutely, I wish this was a thing, but that's something to look forward to when you take your profits from here and put it into here if you want, right? Not all of it, some of it, and start trading like Roops is doing with a live account. It's his decision, and everyone should have their own risk settings that fit their style, that fit their psychology and emotions and so on. But I wish that was a thing. It's a blessing that they added this. This was not a thing when I first started trading. My initial journey started with a personal account, and it was not easy at all, right? And I would violate this. I would actually turn everything off, and that's why I highly focus on this point, because it is your protective measure. You come in intending to only lose X amount in a week, X amount in a day, X amount in a month, and yet I find myself losing more. Why? Because I didn't have these things on, right? You want to make money and keep money, and my feedback, and anyone can confirm this, you have been seeing more profits stay in your accounts than ever before, right? That's the whole point of this program, is it's to show that happening, right? And doing it sustainably, because we don't want to be doing those moves where we crash and burn, make massive gains and then give them all up. These settings are meant to preserve capital, to actually enjoy the money that you're making as a supplement, right? It should not be a primary source of income. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself for that, but I'm at a ban. The reason I laughed was ban myself from minis right now. It's greed. It's greed or fear, and 90-something% of traders have experienced this emotion, right? Greed and fear. Where's that guy? Right? A lot of us have experienced this. Let's go. Oh. And now we're just gone, right? And you do that by controlling how much risk. You don't have control over price, over the markets, over any instrument, over EMC, GME, NASDAQ, NVIDIA. What you have control over is how much risk you give to the market. And this 99% of the time happens, 99% of the time happens because we go minis or heavy. If we don't do heavy, and something I really liked, I saw from Tree Trades back last year, I pinned it in here, ICT chat, just to review any comments. Feel free to ask questions in here in Twitter before we wrap up. But T-Trades was saying this to Ryan last year. PTSD losses, right? How do we mitigate that feeling? We reduce size enough to where you truly do not care if you win or lose. And win came before lose. I don't know if he did it intentionally, but it clicked for me. We shouldn't care about the outcome of winning. We're not going to have exponential gains like this all of a sudden. We can dream big, think big, but approach it in a realistic manner. And that was like the best answer he gave to Ryan, because Ryan, from that point, he and I had talked, and I said, okay, if you want something super safe, low risk, you're going to do the 5 points. For his trading account, for his mindset, risking $25 or $50 is more than doable. So for 5 points, he applied it and did it and did it. Obviously paper first, and then he did it for over a year, that I saw the consistency in it. I saw the hard days that we would lose on when we anticipate a move but it doesn't really go anywhere, and then yet he's navigating these 5 points, low hanging fruit, in, out, done. And it can translate from 5 points to what Novi did yesterday, right? She took her 2R and she says, I'm out, yesterday, right? This one, this one.
Nobi's cool, man. She did warn me about it. I think it was Nobi that warned me. Took off 50% and went.
Yep. Yep. 2R hit. That's it. She framed the trade and hit her objective, and that's it. Done. 100 ticks is 25 points. 25 points for a micro is $50. It may not seem attractive to anyone, right, listening, but it's what allows. Where is that PDF? It's the opposite of Lambo. It's the opposite of Rolls Royces and Rolexes. And a realistic goal of 500. That's what I want to show. Imagine anyone achieving 500 through risk measures that are preventative of you, right? Like of risk of you tilting to where you get to keep the money, right, and enjoy it. And then next month's can be 750, 1,000, and so on. And I undermined it even more in the first week, in the first month, to say we would actually be looking maybe at 250 in a whole month. And this is for anyone that has found has found themselves like just lost. Time has passed by and you haven't literally gained anything. This is a template. Somebody following this program said, hey, I like this. I don't want to trade with 500 a goal a month. I have larger amounts of money. I don't want to open a $300 account. I want to go for a mini. Can I do it with 3,000? Can I just do that? It's your call, your risk profile, but I'm starting from the lowest point possible so that everyone can relate to it. Everyone feels that they're in the same foot. Iron Jaw and his videos on YouTube, incredible achievement, but the whole program just started in August 5th. And from what I'm noticing, it's kind of what I wanted to see, but I think I expected the results to happen within 3 months. It's actually happening sooner than I expected. That's what's insane about it, at least from my perspective. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me right here. You can speak up if you're a member. I know members are here. You can speak up to this, right? This is actually being streamed also on Twitter because people asked for a recording. There are about 60 people listening, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. But from what I'm seeing, there is more significant progress happening because of certain things, right? Psychology, but also risk management and other risk features that we are enabling to protect our profits and so on. Changsta, sorry, you want to say something? Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I just didn't want to interrupt. I was looking through trying how to take out NQ, like trade Sean was mentioning. I was trying to see, where did you find that setting? Because I want to ban NQ too.
That damn NQ.
Yeah, I won't lie. Last week on my XFA, I did pretty well, and then I opened 2 NQ by mistake, and I lost like 500, which was pretty big hit, considering I was doing MNQ.
Yeah.
So I was like, how do I avoid that? Because I tried on NQ and I accidentally opened an NQ 2 NQ cons, which I had no intention of doing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, to answer that question, I'm glad you laughed. Right, a lot of us, like, we wish that was a feature. We wish that was a thing that we can do, but unfortunately, it's only available in a personal account. He misunderstood it in here, in the notes section. It's in the pinned messages right here. He saw this. He thought it was available in MFF and Top Step. Unfortunately, they're not available. Only in live accounts. But
okay, cool.
Yeah, in MFF, we have access to this, which was not available in 2022, and most of actually not even 2023. This was only available to us in 2024, and it shows you these prop firms going after quality. Right? Hang on, he just tagged you here. Hang on, look at this. Hi Novi. Hi. Your microphone's a little bit far. Like.
Can I suggest? You know what? Let me switch to my phone.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this might be better. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so because they don't have that for the prop firm, what I came up with was the daily loss in terms of dollar amount. So convert from what you would want to lose for the day, NQ or MNQ, and set that as your daily loss limit from a dollar amount perspective, and then that locks you out.
I like that a lot. So what basically what she's exactly right. She's actually finding a different approach to it, thinking outside the box. That if you have maybe a larger account that you want to trade with, right, then you might want to consider maximum loss of something specific, right, based on that account. If you want to trade NQ, maybe you have a much larger account, right, with that company, then you can choose something like 200, 300 a day or whatnot, and that kind of like limits you in a way. Even if you make a mistake by accident, right, you're supposed to have a maximum daily loss limit that you preset beforehand, right? And that's exactly what I did, Novi. I set my loss limit to a couple hundred. Yes. So that way, if you accidentally open a mini, you already have that risk setting available, right?
Yep.
Yep. Perfect. Yep. And
Yeah, that's what I did in the first week of the program. Remember?
Yep.
Open a mini instead of a micro.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Like you had already sat on profits by accident. You didn't have that, and it sunk lower. Yeah, we want to avoid over leveraging. We want to avoid exposing ourselves to unnecessary risk. It's in the PDF.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. I went from $350. I started with a 300 account. I think that was the thing. Went from 350 down to 250, just immediately, like in a couple of seconds. And then, then I switched off the risk settings. Remember?
Yep, I remember. Yep. It was a big lesson, expensive lesson, right? Not too expensive, thankfully, but yeah.
No, absolutely. It's. I think it's still on. No, I actually did top it up to 300. It's still there.
Mm-hmm. And so, my my previous statement about you guys managing to keep more profits than before the program, right? Has that been successful, right? Is that true or false?
True.
Like, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it's not translating as quickly for some people, but the whole idea is these risk settings are meant to preserve your profits and capital. It's supposed to actually let you grow, right, in a way where your account doesn't go like this, exponential up, or maybe even just sink down, right? It stops you from going full tilt in one day, in 1 week, in 1 month, right? That's the whole point of it. It makes it, even in the PDF that I had right here, using $300, when we turn on the same risk settings in here, right, the risk page down below, right, it makes a $300 account if we're following this 5-point strategy by ICT. Even hard to blow the account in a month, because there will be lockouts for yourself, right? In a day, in a week, and so on. That's the whole point of it. It's to literally go opposite of everything that we came into, and that's what I hope helps show results, different results, especially for people that have not seen progress and so on. But yeah. I don't know if there's no questions in the Twitter stream. I'm not too sure, but if there are none anymore, I think we'll just wrap up in here. But let me just check last tag. I will see the accounts I had risk settings on are live. The ones that didn't are poof. The main thing for me is it prevents tilt. Yes, that's the whole objective behind it, right? And even if it's paper, even if it's eval or live, you want to have these on because you want to navigate in a different way, especially when things haven't worked before. And to some people, maybe they're not even ready to trade these accounts, right? Something that same. I still have my two XFAs, right? Thank you, Lily. I try to show, or I'm trying to show some of the posts that members have posted, right? Just game plans before and afters. And I don't know if I can show Lily's. I don't know if you sent it in the DMs or in the charts channel, but like, it can be something as simple as this. Yesterday, Lily, right here. Yeah. No manipulation to the upside, I'll wait, and so on, right? Like showing that, and then the afterwards downside that happened, right? You don't even have to take a trade, but have it before and after, even if you can't record and stream and whatnot, right? The idea of having a pre-planned idea beforehand and then seeing how it comes to fruition, even with a single line that you want to draw and so on. Let me scroll up. And I kid you not, like, they're more than capable of entering and managing and everything on their own. That's what's crazy. What I thought was going to be, you know, it would take about 3 months, I think, in my opinion. And this is also more evidence of like seeing about 200 ticks on average. Some people manage 500, some people manage 100. I think that 200 is doable. I'm saying 100. 100 ticks, 25 points. Try to capture 25 points in a day, right? Well, my target just got hit that I drew right here. See that? That's her target, right, for downside. The previous image up top, you can compare that right here. That's what you want to do. You hold yourself accountable. Maybe you're not ready to post it publicly. Maybe you're not ready to post it on YouTube or whatever. You can do it in your own personal desktop or computer, laptop. You can make your own server, right, where you take notes just for yourself. I have one right here. And just to compare befores and afters. That's the whole point of this. Let me see his comment. 1 second. Da-da-da, right here. Fire, glad someone didn't make the mistake I did. Sometimes walking away is the best answer. Yep. And I tell you, or like you guys heard Mel say that, I was almost possessed, right? I would just tune out completely. Tune out whenever I got on tilt. The whole point of me talking about possessed is this. Without this, I would catch I wouldn't catch myself going on tilt. I would just sink, right? Sink in revenge or euphoria. Now that I made so much money, now I can, you know, do something else with it. I'm playing with profits, whatever. I'm able to flip this 2,000 to 5,000, whatever, right? That tilt, Mel described it as possessed, right? Like, you can't even get my attention, right? Maybe a smoke alarm wouldn't even trigger anything for me. And I would just try to catch the next trade and so on, just to make it back, to revenge trade, to get my money back and so on. You don't want to do that. And these are the settings that are available to help us from doing so. So, yeah, I think we'll just wrap up in here. Any final thoughts, questions, concerns, anything, anyone here or Twitter too as well? If not, okay, I guess we're stopping here, and I'll see you guys Monday. Be safe, take care, and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Raven.
Thank you.
Thanks, Raven. Have a good Saturday, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Raven.
Thank you, Novi. Thank you
Enjoy your weekend, guys.
Will do. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Take care. Where's OBS?